that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Hey everybody. Another priority level, yeah. Or hey every birdie, I should say. Try and get this to... Why did I do that? There we go. There we go, that looks nice. So, this was put forth. It was the practice game that my opponent played right before, or I guess, yeah, before playing me. Your sister's gotten her acceptance letter to Columbia University. Well, congratulations to your sister. You had no idea there was a theme song. Yeah. Theme songs are very, very hype. Yeah, I don't like that size of chat here. Let's see if I can make it so you guys a little bit bigger, maybe. Just a bit to where actual chat. Expand it as much as we can. So, right at the edge of the map. A little bit back. Let's do that. Yeah, so this is the Smacky Cup, the second Smacky Cup, and it's a whole bunch of variations on Shadows Chase You Endlessly, and each one has a new tile set. So this is the War Groove tile set. You're huge! The Quacky Cup. So, I can show these games in the standalone replay viewer, but they won't have the tile set. They would just be the normal tile set. So, we're going to go over these replays on the site so you can actually see what the tile set looks like. It looks pretty nice. There's some problems with readability when the units actually get involved. Like if you have a bunch of units standing on the roads, it can be hard to see that there's a road there. Mechs like completely cover the mountains. You know, a lot of these situations are like medium tanks on missile platforms where you kind of just need to mouse over the unit to know what terrain they're standing on. You consider doing a day one recon. Oh, that'd be very spicy. So this is a game between my opponent. But this is not the game between me and my opponent. This is the practice game. We'll go over quickly that my opponent played in preparation to fight me. So DasLabor is a fake account, a cover account for Maleous, and YouHaveNoHonor is a fake account for Mr. Greensuit, who was prepping Maleous to fight me. The YouHaveNoHonor, I assume, is in reference to the fact that I picked Von Bolt. The most boring the most boring pick of all. But definitely a very strong pick. Now this map is pretty interesting because it is a mixed base shadows chase you endlessly kind of map. No, this was submitted to me after my game was finished. I did not know that my friend practiced against me. Although it did not surprise me when they did. So you'll note that this is a mixed base map where none of the bases are actually connected. They're all separated from each other. Kind of like this one owns this top right corner, and then the left middle, and then the bottom, and the other person owns the bottom left, the right middle, and the top. Which makes a whole bunch of different fronts for fighting. There, let's go back to the start of the turn. I spoiled who it was, I should have waited. And then the turn advantage balance here, I'm not a huge fan of it. Player 2 owns this city in the top right, and it also has this infantry. So the reason I don't like this is because it forces player 1 to have a very specific capture phase, which is that they basically have to build an infantry and then send it right here. So they don't have the option of being aggressive out of this corner, like going down for this airport and threatening this pre-owned city, for instance. They have to go up here. And then it's doubly bad because not only do you have to go up here to capture this city, but the chain to this harbor is not possible if your opponent wants to stop it, because the black boat gets there in just 2 turns. So it can, no matter what you do, the black boat can always make it to this harbor before you can capture it. So the starting infantry that you have to build goes to this city, and then it has to like join all the other infantry moving down here. And it's just not the kind of opening I would like to have a player forced to do. Yeah, if I was to change it, I would make maybe like this city the pre-owned. It's still forcing, like they can't go to this city first, but at least it's going to like a chain. It's the more likely one that you'd want to have forced. So I wasn't a huge fan of this. I think that might give some second turn advantage, but we'll see. You can use the arrow keys, right? Yeah. So I can use the arrow keys only to progress, but not go backwards. It's not letting me rewind actions at all. Can I go? Hello? Whoop. That's fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Saltor move move planner extension that lets you use the arrow keys. Is it HJK? Oh. No. Oh, that progressed. It's just not letting me rewind actions at all. Very weird. Well, that means that we're going to be progressing and going. There's no going back. Burn it with fire. Double Kindle, grr. Yeah, so this is a tag. This is a tag tournament. So you have two COs, one that's in the front and one that's in the back. The one that's in the front, you have their day-to-day, and they gain charge like you normally do. They get 100% of the damage they take and 50% of the damage they deal. And then the CO in the back, you don't gain their day-to-day when they're in the back, but they gain half of the charge that the one in the first gains. And then at the end of your turn, you can either choose to end your turn, or you can choose to switch to the other CO. So in this case, going double Kindle means that the idea is, and when you switch COs, it ends your active power, which means that you can gain charge on the next, like you can keep gaining charge again and again and again. So the idea of having like double Kindle is that you can just keep Urban Blighting like 3 or 4 turns in a row. That's the idea behind going double Kindle or just doubling up on COs at all. In this case, I go Von Bolt and Kindle, and my idea for this is that Von Bolt is really good at winning brawls, but he can kind of struggle to take a base, like if we're looking at this base, for instance, which is the one I had my eyes on. It's kind of annoying to take because you only have one tile to hit from, but for Kindle, that's not an issue because I can win the brawl, have a nice setup to try and take the base, switch to Kindle, hit Urban Blight, knock the unit on the base down to 7, crack it, and get a base lock and then take the base. That was my plan going Von Bolt and Kindle, is basically I'm going to play Von Bolt solo until I'm in a spot where I can take a base, and then I'll switch over to Kindle. Taking bases is something that can often happen in these mixed base maps, so that was my idea. But we'll, in this case, this isn't actually me. This is Mr. Greensuit playing YouHaveNoHonor, and Maleous playing double Kindle here, DasLabor. And we're just going to quickly go through this match, because this is what Maleous practiced in preparation for the game against me. And we'll see how different the game is in comparison to the one that I played. DasLabor, you can see there, DasLabor swapped COs there. And both players are going for the harbor block. You can see that these black boats get to these harbors faster than any player could make it to the harbor with an infantry. Even if this infantry moves down, like to here, to the city, the black boat then gets to go and block the harbor before they can make it. The other thing you can do with these black boats is you can pick up infantry and go around like this and drop off on this kind of island with a bridge to it with the comm tower and the harbor, which is very valuable as this is a 4 comm tower map, and usually this base has very strong control over this comm tower, but if you use the black boat to kind of skirt by the base's influence, you could try and control this and have like either an artillery here, or you can have a rocket, or just use land contention, land units, direct unit land units contesting the bridge. And then you could potentially have triple comm tower against a single comm tower, which would be very strong. If you are Drake or Sammy, then you do have some tech, because you can move your black boat over here and block their harbor, and then as you're like capturing these cities with your infantry, you can eventually have someone queued up to meet the black boat here. So the black boat can leave the harbor, go here, and then if an infantry hops in it for Sammy or Drake, it only takes 2 turns to go from here to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drop off, which is really nice because you can, if for instance your opponent pressures you off of this harbor, or you move off to try and sucker an infantry to have to like walk this way, and you can go back on it, and then they waste infantry movement. You have another thing you can do is you can step off of that, and they might not go for the harbor capture because they know you're just going to go back to it, and instead you zoom up over here. And I think you even have it better than that, because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So you can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can just go here with your black boat with an infantry, which is even scarier because that can still reach back to this harbor and it reaches this shoal. So you can still go back to block if you want to, but you're also threatening over the comm tower. So that's a Sammy/Drake black boat tech on this map. No one else can do that, at least in 2 turns. But we're not going to see that, obviously. That was just something to bring up. How do you know the difference between the river tiles and the sea tiles? You just mouse over them. They're not that different for sure. These are river tiles. That's a sea tile. They look very similar. I would rely on just mousing over them. I think these are all river tiles on the actual mainland, though, which is nice and consistent. Same with like these shoals. I don't like these shoals. They're very, very faint. They look nice, but like in this case right here, I'm like, do these shoals connect? I don't know. This is actually a sea tile. It's not like another shoal tile. So I would mouse over the tile specifically and look at the bottom left to tell me, so I don't make any silly mistakes. So here, yeah. So player 1 has to go up here and go for this capture. You can see down here, player 2 did not. Player 2 went forward to this very aggressive airport. There's a few reasons to do that. For one, you aren't going to have as much of a backlog as you go down here, and then like all of your infantry start moving up at the same time. You get some nice forward pressure, map presence, and also your opponent gets a pre-owned city right here. So you're actually setting yourself up to, after you go for this capture, to already go and threaten the pre-owned city, and your opponent has to react to that. And making them have to react to that sooner is really nice, because what base is kind of responsible for protecting this city? It's this base. This one's really far away. Now, eventually it can protect it, but right now this is the only base that can protect this city. And if we look at the responsibilities on this base, it needs to expand over here to hit this airport. It needs to expand over here to maybe contest this comm tower. It needs to expand up here to maybe go for this comm tower. It has to go to the left. It has to go in all 4 directions, basically. So it has a lot of responsibilities. So the quicker you can put some pressure on this space, the harder it is for your opponent to necessarily like get all their income, or maybe like get these comm towers. And then you also, of course, have the option of building a battlecopter from this base and immediately pressuring this front and this front. It's not as strong as a battlecopter from here, which is already pressuring all 3 fronts just on build, basically. But it's still really good. And another part is when you have this when you have this airport, I don't think we'll see it in this game, but what I had it planned for mine is you can build a transport copter on the next turn. Because if you look at this infantry, which is just 1 turn of movement away from this base, it makes it to this airport just fine on the next turn, but then it takes 2 turns to make it to this city. But if you built a transport copter and then you had this infantry like move up here, for instance, to threaten this city, the transport copter can do a day like on build boost. So this infantry would step in here and get boosted a single tile, and then it is actually threatening to go for this city. So you have an on build acceleration, which is very strong. The downside is that your first vehicle that you built was a transport copter, which isn't necessarily very strong at fighting, but it does also give you a nice threat on maybe this city, or you can transport the next infantry over to this comm tower, for instance, and support this base. So there is some potentiality there with a transport copter opening. But we'll see. We'll see what they actually did in this game. Okay, so DasLabor goes for this city, which makes sense because this is a property chain. Now, I think I prefer this city because while this city, I prefer this city going for this city first because of this city over here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is just 2 moves to make it to this city, and it's a potentially contested city. I think this base will always be able to take it for the most part, but this base could contest this, especially if they got this airport really quickly. And the reason why I think this base will always get this city of like overall is because It takes 6 move for a vehicle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to reach here or here, which hits all of the surrounding tiles of the city. While vehicles from this base do not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. They don't hit all these surrounding tiles. They hit like this one and this one. You'd always have a safe spot to attack from here. So this base has a better coverage on this city. So I believe this base will always be able to get this city. The only exception would be if a copter got built and there wasn't an anti-air for some reason. And then the copter could harass this. But yeah, so I think going for this city first because it leads into capturing this city faster is very nice. And then from this city, you have nice pressure on this comm tower. But this isn't bad because this is going to get this city. Like this is a nice property chain, so it'll give you more immediate money. Okay. And down here we have YouHaveNoHonor. Now goes for this city. While getting the airport. Very nice, and it blocks the harbor. Also does the same capture up here. And then goes straight down here. I think this is a poor... I mean, I agree with going for this city to then go down to this island, get this comm tower in this harbor. But I think this is the incorrect way of moving down here if you're going to do it in your own games. Going up here has the same reach for this city, but it is also showing a threat towards capturing either this city or this city, which doesn't reveal your plans right away. So it's more ambiguous to go this way. But the general idea of capturing this city and then moving down here for this comm tower and harbor is very solid. You could use the T-copter to also block stuff, yeah. So like, yeah, if you build a T-copter here and you go for this city and they built like a tank or something, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think doesn't reach. But if they have like infantry walking down like to here and it wants to interrupt you, you can instead T-copter to here, blocking the infantry's path. And this was also played live. This was a very fast little practice game in preparation for my game against Maleous. This is Maleous practicing against me. Okay. DasLabor went for this city, which I don't like nearly as much as going up towards this island because of the comm tower, but it does kind of exert a lot of pressure on this one base and kind of puts these two head to head. So DasLabor is Maleous, and YouHaveNoHonor is Mr. Green Suit. And Maleous was my opponent in the actual tournament, which is a game we'll see after this. This is Maleous's prep against me. So this puts a lot of pressure on like this one base, but it also opens up a big weakness, like a city to threaten that this base is now going to have to invest a lot in protecting, which is kind of expensive to do because this base has so many responsibilities. When I did my sight read on the map, I was a little wrong on this, but I thought that this city would be pretty much inevitably fall to this base. And I thought that this city would inevitably fall to this base, which I was right on this one. I was not correct on this one because the vehicles you build from this base actually do reach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It does reach here to interrupt. I thought that wouldn't be enough because you could always build a copter from this airport to deal with any vehicle interruptions, but it's very easy to actually put a lot of pressure on this airport, so it's not as flimsy of a city to hold as I thought it was. So I would expect DasLabor to be able to hold this city now. But on my sight read of the map, I thought this was kind of like bait to go for this city. Okay. YouHaveNoHonor now goes towards this airport. This is a very... Central airports are very, very strong because copters, of course, don't have to really worry about any of the terrain except for this castle wall, which is actually a pipe seam. Or a pipe and the end of these pipe seams, so it gets to fly over the rivers and the forests and the mountains and all that. So the copter, if you build it here, is already threatening any infantry that are moving out from this space. It's 1 turn away from threatening anything over here. It's 1 turn away from threatening anything over here. It's just a lot of pressure to get a central copter. And getting the first central copter forces your opponent to respond usually with an anti-air rather than their own copter. Because if you get the first copter and then they just decide to build a copter in response, your copter now gets to go down here and get that immediate harassment, while you also then get to build an anti-air in response to their copter, and they miss out on the immediate harassment. So it's kind of it's a kind of thing that's very difficult to mirror. And you can see here that there is a capture route from this city. You can go to here and then you can reach this city, giving this infantry a break. What COs are available for tag? In this game, you have a tier 1 CO, in this case Vumbolt, and then your other CO was tier 4 in tag, which is like adder to the Kindle and Lash. There's also Nell, the Luxios were allowed. Copter TA is the bane of a mapper, yeah. Central airports, it's impossible to not have turn advantage to that. Someone is always going to have a copter first, and because it's just by the nature of it being a turn-based game, and because these are early captured central airports, the turn advantage is always going to happen. Yeah. If it's a later airport, then it's not so bad. But these are very early airports. Okay, so you can see here, you have no honor stepped to here. I think this is a little bit of a mistake. Over here. So what's going on is that YouHaveNoHonor doesn't want DasLabor to get a strike from the city, a Kindle strike. With this infantry, it would cancel its capture and then strike here. And the reason why that's a problem for YouHaveNoHonor is because this infantry goes for this city, which I think is a mistake. It should follow along to give support and put more pressure on these cities, because this backwards infantry lines up really nicely for this city. Otherwise, you have some congestion. And the problem with going here over here is that you just give up this comm tower that DasLabor is kind of making a beeline for. If you go here, then you can interrupt the comm tower capture. If you go here, you're just threatening this city. And you're threatening the city in a way that doesn't force DasLabor to do anything, because this guy is already protecting after the property capture. Yeah. And you could build a battlecopter here and put a lot of pressure. Actually, it would be a ton of pressure because DasLabor will have exactly 8,000 because there was actually a very early artillery build that I didn't see. So this would force a double base skip if a transport copter is built here. If you build an anti-air here, which is kind of nasty because then the copter just flies over here. That would also stop the comm tower. So yeah, a battlecopter built in response to this artillery being built would have been absolutely devastating. The artillery here is kind of interesting. It's going to be nice pushing out here because this is very choky and you'll have a lot of infantry usually. The idea might have been to move up here and kind of kick this black boat off of the harbor and go for that capture really early. I'm not against that. I think that's a fine move. Ah, okay, it's going to kick it off. That makes sense. It's going to kick it away from here so it has a faster deployment down. It doesn't have the very... Like, this isn't going to do a ton of damage, though. So I guess it doesn't really kick the black boat away. Because if we look at the situation, as Decabird's pointing out in the background, I know Decabird, he's saying that this black boat can just take a step off of the harbor, getting out of range of the artillery, and the infantry's not actually in range to go for this harbor capture. So after it moves in range, the black boat will just move back, and it's going to be tying down this artillery a really long time. Because not only does the artillery just have to wait around for the black boat to come back, but it's not getting the massive Kindle firepower boost, and it's against a Von Bolt black boat in the harbor. Which is going to be able to take quite a few shots. Your opponent chose Eagle and Kindle. That's very exciting. I mean, Eagle seems pretty good. I did not know about the small rotation in Standard. I'll have to cover the map. I have when was the last time you picked Von Bolt and said, I messed up my CO selection? I have never picked Von Bolt and thought I messed up my CO selection. I don't think. Well, except in high funds. I would prefer Von Bolt over Hawke for sure. Okay. So it definitely looks like Maleous is... This is a very specific opening. Maleous is thinking, go for the very early comm tower to help with the stat differential between Kindle and Von Bolt, I assume. Okay. So, this is something that Mr. Greensuit likes to do a lot, is just build rockets. The idea here is that the rocket is going to be able to lock down this island. Because DasLabor moved an infantry up here, and next turn, I'll move to here and threaten these captures. So the rocket on build could deny the comm tower. But because it gets a turn to move, it can just move over here, oops, or here, and completely lock this island down and deny this comm tower. It is going to cost YouHaveNoHonor a lot of pressure around the map. But on the nice side for YouHaveNoHonor, Maleous DasLabor has already, like, the first vehicle invested in was this artillery, so there isn't a lot of pressure being put on YouHaveNoHonor at this time anyway. Okay. Other than just infantry. And we have a battlecopter built from DasLabor here, putting a lot of pressure in this area. Kind of forcing an anti-air from this base. We have the double swing here with no comm tower. So that was about a 30% chance to get that. And it doesn't build an anti-air over here. It just builds a copter of his own. Also, seems a really weird move. I don't like this move at all. That just loses an infantry, I'm pretty sure. And the DasLabor can just move over here and completely wreck this infantry and deny this city for quite a while. And instead of doing that, I guess this infantry could, or this copter could go down here and interrupt here. Maybe that's better, because then DasLabor can get this city uncontested. I guess the idea is just overloading the copter. There's so many targets already. Yeah. If I was DasLabor here, I'd go after this infantry. There's a couple of reasons. It's going to be a really strong strike. This is like a fairly out there city. It's really annoying to walk to. It's like three turns This city, just 2 turns, very easy to cover. So even if you deny it for like this turn, it's not going to matter. This guy can just capture it the next turn. Not the same thing going on with this city. The other thing is that anti-air from this base are not super great. And you're going to force an anti-air build here because you're going to be threatening the rocket. So I'd much rather hit this one, personally. DasLabor goes in here, finishes off an infantry. He goes for that infantry hit. Okay. Decides to go for the comm tower denial instead. And then shoots this black boat. And you can see, if the artillery was on the city, I believe it would be a 2-hit KO. In this case, it's take 3 shots. Okay, and then we have the double anti-airs. This is to cover against this one copter. Which then goes down here and harasses. Okay, so I like this. You can kind of see this base only has one direction to expand to, and these infantry are being supplied from either this base that's really far away or this base that has a ton of responsibilities. So the more infantry you can kind of trade out here, the better it is for this lone base. One, two, three, four, five. Almost. Yeah, that's true. If the artillery moves to this city and the black boat moves off, then you can just move on to the harbor and then stop the black boat from ever coming back. I didn't even think about that, but that's very true. Yeah, and there's the anti-air being forced. Lots of infantry fights over here. Trying to hold the city, which makes a lot of sense. We have the recon buy. Ooh. Another shot. The black boat. Okay. Interesting. So he goes for this hit to try and, I guess, get control over this comm tower. Could also go down here. Could also interrupt the city. I'd probably prefer to interrupt the city. Killing off these infantry is not that bad, though. With the anti-air coming down here to put pressure on all of these infantry. I guess the other thing is that this copter anti-air combo here is putting a lot of control in the center for DasLabor. The center only has 2 properties, though. It does allow a nice avenue for front switching, but it's not very valuable. I don't like this infantry moving here because that gives YouHaveNoHonor potentially a nice strike from the city, or even just a strike from the forest from very defensive terrain. Okay, this rocket is still just denying this this island. Now this black boat is on its way. Probably should have stopped off here. I guess it couldn't have because the copter could kill it. Okay. So yeah, this is what I was saying. Don't want to give your opponent a strike like that. So this is the practice game against me, and you can see that it's kind of setting up Maleous to expect big infantry fight here, big infantry fight here, and that this opening will just kind of get this comm tower. Anti-air comes down, kills off an infantry. Yeah, just big old fight. Looks like the city does fall. Very effective anti-air pressure. It's going to force something out of this base. Artillery moves out. Harbor gets captured. There's really not that many infantry along here, just because they got kind of killed off fighting over the city against the Von Bolt Super. And now YouHaveNoHonor has a comm tower of their own. Just kind of moves out next to this copter, covered by the anti-air. Sure. So if we're looking at this rocket, so far it hasn't really done that much. It has stopped the captures over here, which is something. But it's kind of more of a preparation long-term unit. The real threat here is not so much that it's locking down this island. This is what it's doing in the meantime, while YouHaveNoHonor is going to build up a few more either infantry or vehicles, and it's actually going to want to move down here, probably to right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it wants to move like right here so that it can lock down this central base. And that's something you do need to be in mind, keep in mind. If someone goes for a rocket lock like this, is that it is denying this stuff, but that's not the real threat. The real threat is, like, as soon as you see like an anti-air that's just chilling around by the rocket, you gotta recognize that the actual plan is it wants to move down here and lock your base. Okay. Ooh. This is just Von Bolt stuff right here. Infantry actually lives. Okay. Lots of infantry getting killed off. Some full health infantry coming in, so this city's probably gonna fall. Maybe the airport will fall. Very slow move out over here. But it is putting out a lot of pressure. And right now, DasLabor is actually very nicely ahead. By a few units. Income and like a tiny bit in unit value. Just through all the infantry fights. Sturm is banned. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so if someone does this, that's because they're seeing some sort of breakthrough with a power or something. I don't understand this urban blight. Is it just to deny this comm tower? I think it's just to deny the comm tower. This is not worth it. Losing an entire copter just to delay a comm tower is not... actually, 2 copters. Because this copter is also going to die. This is way too much investment to try and stop this comm tower, especially because it's... I mean, Von Bolt with double comm tower is very scary, because it unlocks like one-hit KOs on Chosin roads for infantry against tanks. Or tanks against infantry, I should say. But it's not worth losing so much. But here, you see that the CO swap. Now the power is no longer active, so DasLabor can gain more charge this turn, but also doesn't have the +10/+10 stats. So I imagine we're about to see pretty much DasLabor's advantage shrink away here after those copter deaths. And also, yeah, another part of that copter death is it weakened the defenses over here. So you can see the rocket is now moving out. There's some nice backup for it. Blackwood's got 5 fuel repairing this anti-air. This tank could hit the anti-air, but it's actually covered by a rocket. He took me to a draw, that's true. It's a bit more worth it in tag. Yeah, well, it is definitely worth it in tag to swap out to get more charge. I don't think that attack in particular was worth Okay. So you can see here, DasLabor also saved a bunch of money, but huge hit to both the unit count and the unit value from those sacrifices. And but we do have the back-to-back Urban Blights, as one does in tag. This Urban Blight doesn't do that much though. It hits this tank, it hits this infantry. This infantry is already at 1. It's this infantry and this tank. Yeah, okay, that's not a very strong Urban Blight, but we'll see if we'll see if there's an attack from a property that ends up making it very nice. Yeah, we're saving up for a bomber. Yeah, overloading the rocket. Hacking both of the things being defended by it. Okay. Yeah, okay, that wasn't a great Urban Blight. The penguin feeds on questions. You ask a lot. Did I miss? Is this... If this is Wargroove graphics, why didn't they use the doors for breakable pipes? Ah, that would make sense. Technical limitations. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, DasLabor does go for this. I missed that. DasLabor does go for this airport. So this airport is within base reinforcement range right here. So it's going to be very hard to hold it. But this base will be captured. The reason it's going to be hard to hold is because you can build an anti-air and it's already threatening the base. And an anti-air at the same time also threatens the most expendable blocker, being an infantry. Capture. Very nice strikes here from YouHaveNoHonor. Lots of attacks. So far, DasLabor's main investment is this bomber. Still up in unit count, though, and does have another Urban Blight available. So down goes the rocket to the bomber. And the Urban Blight will weaken this down to a 9. There's a much better attack on the rocket coming up. You should, Maleous. Now let's see if we can find it. If I was to guess, it would be probably bomber kills tank, and then you just bust in and kill the rocket. That way the bomber is not in range of getting hit by an anti-air. You can kill off this infantry. The double anti-air will kill the rocket. Bomber can really go anywhere it wants to get some kills. I could be wrong, but I think Urban Blight 4 health tank infantry strike will kill this tank, and then double anti-air can kill this rocket. Ah, Mr. Greensuit doesn't even like my option. This is the one that Mr. Greensuit offered, which is indeed, it's just anti-air to kill the tank, anti-air to hit the rocket. Sure. Is that now? Yeah. And bomber could kill a tank over here. You have another Urban Blight. So you can see that was 3 Urban Blights in a row. And that's all thanks to the okay, I can see what goes on here. It's the idea is that it's blocking off access to kill off this anti-air to reach the bomber. But the Von Bolt super hits this area and ruins it. I gotcha. Von Bolt super is very tricky. We have the medium tank. Not sure why the medium tank got built there, but I guess it has multiple tanks to fight down here. I mean, this is a pretty strong turn. You can see YouHaveNoHonor is going down to 18 units against 31. This Vombolt Super has to kind of do a lot. And it definitely does. Locking down this bomber in range of a base is pretty much GG for the poor bomber. In fact, it's going to die this turn. Doesn't even get to wait to be picked off. Ooh, and the anti-air gets taken out over here. Now this airport falls back into YouHaveNoHonor's hands. And Vombolt just does Vombolt stuff there. Very nice engagements. I guess we have a medium tank to answer this medium tank. And this black boat is actually cutting off access for this medium tank to hit this anti-air. Pop. Oh. They glitched out a little there. Go through that turn again. Yeah, a lot of injured units to just kind of ignore there. Huh. Well, it looks like YouHaveNoHonor swapped to Kindle at the end there. The game just isn't recognizing that right now. Bombers are double-edged. The reason you'd pick double Kindle is just to have chained Urban Blights. I think this is like the 4th or 5th Urban Blight that DasLabor has had in a row. Which is what you're getting instead of having a really strong Vombolt day-to-day. And you can see that probably they'll have another Urban Blight on the following turn as well. As they swap back, and now you need less than a bar to get the next one. Medium tank moves out, cop. At this point, the middle's getting completely wiped out. The only thing is that YouHaveNoHonor doesn't quite have the infantry count left to get these captures currently. Ooh, we have the Urban Blight. Okay, it's not High Society. Urban Blight Kindle from YouHaveNoHonor. Starts getting some nice kills here. Oh, huge change in the unit count and the unit value. Oh my gosh. You can see DasLabor does have, I think this might be the 5th Urban Blight in a row. Which is certainly not fun to have to try and play around. Yeah, that's the 5th Urban Blight. Maybe get a 6th one depending on how much damage YouHaveNoHonor actually ends up taking here. Does need a little bit more than the bar. Simultaneous normal power and super, so unfair. If I was YouHaveNoHonor, I would swap to Vombolt at the end of Kindle, the Kindle turn, because you don't actually lose. Like, the downside to swapping is that you're losing the power stats, but when you swap the Vombolt, you're not losing any stats. You just gain more power charge. So Vombolt's a really nice CO to swap to after power, but in this case, another Urban Blight was on the menu to try and delay these captures, I assume. At this point, we're like double the unit value. I think it's probably going to be game over. It's not progressing. Error code. It must not be progressing because I think DasLabor resigns or something. Okay, this is the attack we just saw. There's the Urban Blight. Breakthrough doesn't get the kill of the clear on the base. There's moving out. I didn't like the join. Oh, okay, it's DasLabor's turn. No. Okay, it doesn't want to progress. I assume that's just because DasLabor resigned here. If we look at the end here, yeah, day 16. DasLabor resigns. Looks like they killed off the tank here with the medium tank. But it was... okay, let's count how many powers DasLabor got in a row. So not a power this turn. Day 12, I assume, is a power. It's not letting me. It's not. Oh, of course, it's not letting me see because they swap. I have to actually go through the turn. Was day 11 a power? Okay, so that's the first power. Day 12 is the second power. Second power. Day 13 is the third power. Day 14 is the fourth power. Day 15 is the fifth power. And then they had a power on day 16 as well. So there's 6 Urban Blights in a row. I know. The reason why I put Von Bolt Kindle is because of what I saw with the Von Bolt beats the brawl. Kindle cracks the base, and I was like, well, that's the safe pick. And I want to start the tournament so I can try and like complete the rounds quickly to give myself a break so I can focus on other games. So I just hit go, and then while I was like at class, I was like, you know what, I should really play Nell Jugger to be nice and fun. But the game started before I got home. But anyway, that's why you go double Kindles. As you saw, it was 5 Urban Blights in a row, as is the power of Kindle. And that was the practice game. So that was the practice game that Maleous had against Mr. Greensuit, and we'll see how much of that actually came into my game against Maleous. So this is the actual tournament game. You can see I did go Von Bolt Kindle, and Maleous is Kindle. Okay, so on my sight read of the map, I thought that this city goes to this base, this city goes to this base, and I thought that this city was impossible to hold for this base. So I won't go for this city. That will be the city I neglect. Maleous, of course, swapping Kindles day 1 for the power play, and I do go for this airport right away. The idea being that I'm going to get a transport copter and use that boost to threaten this city while using the infantry I get. Using the infantry to capture the airport either threaten this city or just go over here to back up this capture. Inkagark, a true trendsetter. What did Inkagark do? Oh, I see. The emojis. Yeah. Emoji trendsetter, yeah. Very nice. So I go down here for this capture. And my first, yeah, okay. So the first thing I want to do with this infantry is I go here. I'm trying to be ambiguous. Am I going to go for this city and potentially put pressure to go like this city, or this city, then over here to this city in the middle? But really, I want to go for the airport first for a very fast potential battlecopter. And from here, I'm seeing that I can go to this forest and then to this central city. Go7 going bomb fold. Ah! And you can see here, I go, instead of going for the chain right away, I go for this city right away to put pressure, to take this city and put pressure on capturing this comm tower. So it's a slightly slower economic opening. So I do city skip here, and I'm technically like city skipping-ish over here. Maleous swapping Kindles again, as one does. So yeah, go straight for the airport. And I move here, threatening 3 different captures. The idea is to go down here and then go for the island. As I was saying before. And Maleous is doing... You can see Maleous is doing that same move that he did in the practice game, where he's moving up to go for this comm tower right away. And it also has both of these infantry down here. This guy's capturing here. So this stops me from wanting to do my transport copter opening, because now Maleous is kind of heavily investing in defenses over here. And I don't really want to have to deal with that using a transport copter. So I decided instead I'm just going to just have a lot of infantry and put pressure on the city and this city, because on my sight read, I thought that this city would be basically impossible to hold. This guy's going for either the comm tower or going to walk over here to go for this city, if I remember correctly, depending on what I see Maleous do. And then I build the tank up here because this base pretty much has all the infantry. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. This base pretty much has all the infantry it needs to go for the captures right now. And I want to put pressure on this middle base from the top. So it has to build something other than infantry, which, as you can see, it's kind of still got a lot of captures to go for. So I was just trying to force this base to do something. Maybe building a tank down here would be better. That's fine. And you can see Maleous could have stopped this capture and hit me here. It wouldn't kill my infantry. But then I'd get to have a nice infantry engagement down here in combination with this tank coming down to put pressure on this base. It would just be like overwhelming. But because my infantry's here, I can actually stop this comm tower capture. Maleous is forced to build a tank here. You wanted to skip the cap there? You capped it out of habit. Oh no! Yeah. Yeah, because you have to go to the back cap right away. It does slow you a whole turn down in your aggression over here. So I'm going to interrupt there. Get the copter built. Also moving out to go for the middle property. Going for this comm tower, and I have the tank out, putting on pressure. And I'll set up here, threaten to take this city. And here I'm trying to be very very clear in my intentions to just leave the harbor and like go over here, threaten to pick someone up over here and go for this island. But my real goal is just to have Maleous walk backwards towards this harbor so I can go stand back on it and slow down the infantry progression from the space. So Maleous hits my infantry here, stopping me from getting my 2-day capture. Very rude. And you can see this anti-air is forced in response to this copter, otherwise I can harass these infantry. And this tank moves out to here, so it's covering down here, and it has to also cover up here against my own tank. And yeah, the infantry moves back, going to the mountain, so that it can still, like, progress forward when I come. Maleous is definitely suspecting that I'm just going to come back to the harbor. But still, this still achieves what I want, because both of these infantry have the same tile that they're fighting over to progress forward. Yeah, central airports, so much pressure. You can see anti-air has to be built here. I can still fly over here and harass this tank. I can fly over here, and I can stop all these captures. And move down here. Kill off that infantry. Be really annoying with this tank. I don't quite cover this city, so I can't just attack into it. I could attack here, I guess. Do I attack this infantry? I should. I think I make a mistake here. Yeah, I'd make a mistake here. Why didn't I do that? So what I should do here is I should go swing. There's no way I'm going to get this airport. Or not this airport, this comm tower with a 7 health. It takes 3 turns. There's lots of infantry and anti-air on its way. So I should definitely double swing and hit this infantry, covered by my copter. Yeah, instead I go for the comm tower. This is a big mistake. Well, not a big mistake. But it is going to give up capturing this city, probably, and the loss of this infantry. Eagle no day-to-day is rough. I mean, you do have the day-to-day copters. So you can see I didn't exert any effort in trying to deny this city, because on my site read I was like, there's no way I can stop that city from being captured. So yeah, so far this copter has forced out 2 anti-airs. And then over here, Maleous builds a copter to support going for this capture. Now I'm going to make a mistake on this turn as well. We can see what mistake. I'll see if the chat can spot the mistake I make here. So I'm attacking into this city. I'm going for this comm tower. I'm just moving out towards this city, putting all that pressure over here. Bring my copter over. Bring this tank up to try and protect these infantry against this anti-air while also being able to attack over here. Maleous brought a tank over here to stop me from going a double infantry swing and killing off the infantry on it, and then potentially getting this the city. So I need to get the tank off of this city if I want to capture it. So I build an artillery, and it can kind of look like these infantry are, it's like a free hit for the tank, but it's really not. No matter where this tank hits an infantry, I could kind of collapse around it and bring my artillery up. Because if the artillery moves here, it can threaten both of these tiles. So if the tank attacks from either of these tiles and gets surrounded and trapped in by infantry, it'll get killed off by the artillery in the following turns. So the artillery is defending from a distance, I guess I should say. Okay, what was the mistake? Copter goes to 3 instead of 2 when hit by a von bolt copter. No negative on vehicle. Whoa, okay. Open airport. Talking about this one? That's open airport is not the mistake. B-copter can go on the city to attack the tank. The B-copter can go on the city to attack the tank. I'm okay with that. That's not the mistake. The mistake's really small. And it's like... tank can be blocked. Over here? That is true. That's something I knew. This tank's doing a double duty. It's defending up here, and it's also sort of defending over here. This infantry's had no escape. But that's kind of a mistake. That mistake really comes down to me going for the comm tower capture on the previous turn. It can hit the right infantry and not be blocked. Over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's true. That I was fine with because it left very easy access to the city. But that is true. The tank could come over here and hit this infantry, which wouldn't be great for me. I didn't even see that, but that's a little bit of a mistake. It's not as bad of a mistake as what I made, though. I need a copter chain from the middle copter. Okay, so the mistake has to do with my tank that attacked in the top right. And it's not the fact that the tank attacked. So you're surprised I was okay with the copter versus tank on the city. Yeah. So the reason I'm okay with that is because I'm Von Bolt. The reason that this is a mistake is because the copter can hit me not from the city. If this copter decides to hit my tank from not the city, it can hit very close to this airport. And then I can't do what I want to do. What I want is basically I needed my tank to hit from here. The reason I hit from here is because I had multiple plans going on, and a classic Go7 mistake. This attack made sense in one plan, doesn't make sense in this plan. I need to hit from here so that the copter from Maleous either has to hit me from this city or hit me from like this forest or further in towards my units. So the reason I'm fine with the tank hitting my copter here, or the copter hitting my tank, is it knocks me down to like 4 or whatever, and then my copter can come in, kill off this copter, and then I can block the city and protect my copter from the chained copters. If this copter hits my tank from over here or over here, it can be protected by a chained copter. If this copter hits my tank from here, I can block it off and it's no longer covered. The city was bait, yeah. If I'm going for this attack, I want you to hit me from the city. So the mistake is that I attacked from here, not because it leaves me vulnerable to being hit from the city, but because it leaves me being vulnerable from being hit not from the city. And you'll see how this is going to play out. Oops, not like that though. I went backwards apparently. I don't need a chained copter. Yeah, this guy shouldn't be here. This guy should be here. I'm being way too... Oh, no, I didn't want to be here because I don't think I could lock him in as nicely. Maybe back here or something. That's fine. You back here? Okay, so we'll see how this plays out and what I was talking about. This guy gets killed off. We get blocked off by this infantry. Probably should block off from the forest. It's fine. Yeah, hits my tank down to 4. Kills off this infantry. Technically, that might have been a mistake. I could have gotten double infantry here. I kept my guy alive. It's fine. Okay, so you can see here the setup that Maleous has. The idea is to defeat my one copter with these chained copters. Good unit. Good idea. Joint units for bomber instead. So this is exactly what I thought Maleous would do. But if Maleous had attacked from any of these other tiles up here, my plan would just fall apart, and I would just have an injured tank. It wouldn't be at 4, it would be at like 5 or 6. Probably 6. But you can see here, I capture the comm tower, so I'm at plus 30% firepower. That's 9 damage, take nothing in return. Very important that these infantry move over here. Move this guy down to make sure I get the kill. Sit on the city with my tank. Hit this infantry. Now you can see my copter is protected from the copter that was chaining to defend this other copter. I also have to do one more thing this turn, and I have to make sure that Maleous cannot sack something. So I'm going to be careful with like this tank placement, for instance. I have to make sure that Maleous can't sack something to get the Urban Blight. Because if Maleous gets the Urban Blight, then this tank will get knocked down to 1, and then the infantry will kill it off, and then the copter can kill my copter from the city. Okay. I do also make a mistake this turn, which I will let people... let's see if people know what the mistake is. Okay, what was the mistake I made this turn? It was a very easy to make mistake, and it was a mistake that was made because I was trying to solve the problem. I saw a problem, and then I make a mistake around that problem. It is to do with my airport. It has to do with this situation. I didn't believe in the heart of the airport. I believed in the heart of the airport. Maleous can block and take it. What did I do wrong that makes it so he can block and take it? AA kills infantry, other infantry blocks. Well, what Maleous is going to do is AA blocks, infantry goes for the capture, infantry blocks here. Stand in front of it. I can't stand. Oh yeah, he will just stand in front. This is what Maleous is threatening. AA here, infantry here, infantry here. It's gonna take the airport. It's not that scary. It's a mistake for me to allow it to happen, but it's not that. It's not like game ending because there's no way you can hold this airport. But there's something I could have done to stop that. These are planes. Next to the bridge, this is a pipe. I have copter and tank, yeah. So what's Maleous going to do? Maleous is going to hit this tank, basically. Copter hits this tank, and then I can have full health tank plus copter to kill the AA. And AA plus copter does not kill the AA. Well, yeah. Currently, in my current setup, I have AA plus tank to kill AA, and then my AA breaks through and hits the infantry on the airport. That was my plan. The mistake I make is that I'm relying on this tank. This is a mistake I made against Talos as well. I'm relying on a unit that can be interfered with. So the mistake I made is I built an anti-air. If I build a tank, then there is no threat of this. I can just tank plus copter safely to kill the anti-air and then like send one of these tanks down to stop the capture. But because I build an anti-air, this tank can be messed with, and then I no longer have the breakthrough. That was the mistake. Even if Maleous goes for this capture, it's not like it's game ending for me. I can definitely take the airport back. Yeah, I don't even need the anti-air. The units on phone are mega scuffed. Yeah. So anyway, that was the mistake. I think I see it after I build the anti-air. I'm like, oh, wait a second. He can just hit my tank and build another copter. And then put me in another one of these situations. Maleous is not going to go for the airport capture because of the practice game that we just saw. And when he went for the airport capture in the practice game, he took a lot of damage. Oh, I also move out here with these two infantry because that threatens me to mess with this island, and I really want to drain this base of its infantry count. So I'm very happy to trade out infantry here. So you can see Maleous decides to just kill off this guy instead. Yeah, I also, because I'm worried about this airport capture, I go for this attack over here to try and put pressure on this anti-air to do something else. Okay. So Maleous still goes for this hit, which I think is a mistake. I think the only time you'd want to go for this hit is if you're going for the airport, because this is going to effectively trade a copter for half of a tank. Is there another hour when I stream? I usually stream like 4 hours earlier than this, but I was delayed. Yeah, Maleous didn't. You didn't see a way out of it. Yeah, in this case, if we look back at this situation, when I had my tank here, I did think about bringing my black boat down so I could repair my tank, but I didn't want to give Maleous the option of flying up with this copter and sitting on the harbor. I really want this copter to have no options. I want it to just feel like the worst copter ever built. It can like go over here and get killed by my copter, much like its predecessor did. It can run all the way back here and just lose all these properties. I want this to feel like an awful buy, which is why I don't move my black boat. So yeah, it comes down here. I don't think this is a great... I think it has to just like retreat back and wait for a brighter future. Because this Von Bolt copter is just disgusting. And you can see Maleous is trying to chain these copters again. I know, so rude to the poor copter. I'm going for the emotional damage, yeah. So there was a few different breakthroughs in this situation. I think I liked the one I decided on. The idea was to have a like basically guaranteed kill on the copter while also taking minimal damage on my infantry. So like so. Tank gets chipped down, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. So yeah, none of my infantry took any damage, which means they're all threatening to capture this airport, which is very scary. My copter now has taken 1 damage, so it's not going to be as good as just a brutal copter killer. This guy's 2 copter kills to his name. But now I have an anti-air over here, and this airport is basically doomed. And here I'm going to kill off these infantry, and I'll kill off this one with my tank. out of range of this tank because my other infantry are in the way. And then I'll bring infantry down, and I'll build an anti-air to put pressure on this area, because the obvious answer for Maleous is to build a copter to deal with my tank pressure, so I'm going to build an anti-air right now. And that way Maleous still has to invest more resources in defending this island. And we can see down here this infantry pressure I've had on this city, which I thought would be doomed to fall. Same with this city, I thought would be doomed to fall. Didn't fall. This one hasn't fallen, but it has occupied a lot of Maleous's resources. This tank has just sat here on the city, an entire vehicle just staring at these infantry. So now I'm going to get really aggressive, and my artillery has made it onto the scene. Okay. So at this point, Maleous is a ton. I know, Bomb Bolt, very scary. Maleous is in a lot of trouble here. Did kill off this infantry, and you can see me even like going for this city was probably a mistake. Maleous can just take it pretty easily. I ended up giving up. Like, I had that, you saw I had very early central pressure, but then I saw like the double anti-air and the tank coming out in this area, and I was like, there's just no way I can hold this. So I've kind of given up completely on fighting over here, and instead just investing my resources in the places where I think I can win, which is definitely what you do in mixed-based scenarios. So again, copter kills off this tank. This is kind of like a desperation hold to try and save this airport. I'm gonna go for because it's just gonna die to the anti-air. I'm gonna go for another mental, like emotional damage turn. Ooh, Maleous CO swaps here, which I found pretty interesting. Didn't use the Urban Blight. Really wants to save up that charge. I mean, the Urban Blight does very little. It would delay this capture, and it would injure this anti-air. So it's definitely fair not to go for the Urban Blight. So I do believe, I don't remember if it was this turn. No, it's next turn. Next turn is the emotional damage turn. I don't know if Maleous is still in the chat, but Maleous can let me know if it was emotionally damaging. So here I'm going to kill off the infantry on the airport. I'll go for the capture while blocking the forest tile from this infantry to interrupt, so forcing an Urban Blight. I think this is probably a mistake with this tank. I don't think I should move it here. I think I should probably move it here and just use infantry, maybe like here, to block the airport access. So that makes a lot more sense. I should have gone tank here, infantry here, and move this guy over to the corner. That's okay. You knew this was going to be a low win rate game. You're just trying to have fun. Okay, so this turn, Maleous is not in a great spot, but in this turn, I actually predicted with 100% accuracy what Maleous was going to do. So on the following turn, I took it instantly, which is very rare from me. And that was, I don't know if Maleous was still in watch, like Maleous ended the turn and I just started going. I'm not sure if Maleous was watching, but I think in my prediction this one went down to 3, but it's fine. But I saw that too. So the emotional damage I tried to go for here was just how quickly I took the turn. Do I make predictions on my opponent's moves in every game that I play now? I should, if I have the time to dedicate. Oftentimes I don't have the time, sadly. But I was very focused on this game because I was trying to get it. I was trying to complete the game so that I would have more free time to play other games. Just trying to manage. I was thinking if I could get a hit in the tournament, then it'll take a while for my opponents to catch up. So this turn took me like less than a minute, I want to say. With the unfortunate sacrifice of the copter here, but it's unnecessary loss. They did everything I expected, so yeah, you think it's just like bam, bam, bam. I'm a very busy penguin. Okay. It was a fair. There were some fancy tricks on that turn too, with like attack ordering and healing up the tank and all that stuff. But now we were going to be in the endless chains of Urban Blights. That's a roll, but it's fine. If it gets knocked down to 3, I just get the airport right away. It's not a big deal though, because I just get the airport next turn, or on the turn after. At this point, Maleous has like one place that he can pressure me, which is over here. Maleous swaps COs. Interestingly, I guess the one with less charge, which is weird. Not quite sure how that worked out. I make another mistake. I make a mistake here. This tank should hit from this tile so that it can reach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to sit on the base. Because I want to... what I should do here is attack from here, and at the end of the turn I should switch to Kindle so I can Urban Blight crack this base. It's just really annoying choke point tactics. So, this turn I would switch to Kindle to take the base, or potentially take the base, but I moved my tank into the wrong spot. Basically, if I have... The tank being here means I can't sit on the base, and in the situation we have right now, Maleous kind of has to build an anti-air. Otherwise, I mean, the copter can just harass this tank. And then, if I'm Kindle, Maleous has like a really difficult choice with the tank. Like, where does this tank go? Where it doesn't just get killed by my copter. If it goes on the forest, I get a copter strike from the city and just like one-shot it with Urban Blight pump up and after I heal it. So it can go to the city and then it won't die. But if it goes to the city, then I can Urban Blight, heal up my anti-air, and an anti-air copter can kill the anti-air on the base, and then my tank would be able to go and sit on the base, which is what I would be threatening if my tank was here. Otherwise, I just get to kill off the tank and then hit the anti-air. But because my tank is not here, I can't do the swap, and I can't threaten to just crack the base. Oops. So that was another mistake. You can see quite a few of the mistakes are just having a tank attack from the wrong tile. It can make a big difference what tile you attack from. In fact, the game I lost against Kanten in High Funds, I lost for that exact reason. My tank attacked from the wrong tile. And the Maleous resigns there, which is very fair. I mean, at this point, down 12 units, airport's about to fall. It's a fine resign. You can see the game did not play out like the practice game, and that can sometimes happen. GG. There was no rocket pressure up here, and a lot of it was of this game kind of turned into just copter tactics and blocking. Both games, Maleous was up 2k but lost. Maleous was very briefly up 2k, yeah. GG. I don't think Maleous made huge mistakes. I mean, fighting Von Bolt in these brawls is an absolute pain. I think the mistakes that happened to Maleous was trying to defend this with the copter. Really, if Maleous just uses my own mistake against me, doesn't hit from the city, then I'm going to be just in a world of hurt over here. Yeah, Von Bolt is such an impressive CO. I agree. Maleous was pointing out that a recon would have been a lot better than a tank in this situation, because the tank's a pretty large investment to just stand on a city for multiple turns, where a recon would work a lot better. I was also like so dumbfounded by this. I was like, there's no way you can hold the city, and then Maleous just puts a tank on it, and I can't do anything for like 4 turns. I'm like, oh, I guess you can just have a tank sit on the city and never move. I didn't see it coming. And Maleous' rush to this comm tower, I think, was a little bit of a mistake. I think getting the properties first would probably work out better. But there was just so much pressure put on by this fast copter in the central copter. It's really hard to deal with in mixed space. I mean, yeah, the tank pays for itself. The huge infantry investment I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But yeah, I'm not bragging about it being a huge amount of investment. But the recon would do the same job for less, is what Maleous was pointing out. I think the tank did a great job. But yeah, that was my tournament game against Maleous. I hope that was nice and informative. And you got to see how practice games can kind of prepare you for the map, but it doesn't necessarily... Like, Maleous definitely had a specific read on this map around like this comm tower. I think thanks to the practice game, where I had a read on the map that was totally wrong about these cities, just from my little bit of map prep. Yeah, I think the aggression starting from here is really nice. I think you could probably get aggression starting from here. But this central base is like forced on the defensive. It has so much responsibility. But GG, well played. Okay, I'll switch over to the replay viewer now. Be right back. Hey. Oh, just so you guys can see it. This is what the map looks like without the oh my god, what's it called? the Wargroove skin. Very... It's almost unrecognizable, actually. You don't even see the broken pipe seams. Right? On the actual map? Yeah, the broken pipe seams are just planes on the actual map. Very interesting. It feels so weird to see, yeah. Okay, we have some new submitters. Chat looks so small now. Can I make it bigger? I guess I can't make it bigger without... I just extend it down? Or is it at the top? I can extend it more. Oh, I can extend it way more. I wonder why it was so small. I'm sure I had a reason at the time. Okay. We have Djorca versus Kantbei. Kindle versus Andy. One of those kind of classic matchups. Where Kindle has like a very strong early advantage against Andy. But Andy in the late game tends to have the bigger, or like the better large brawl fights where the healing can be very impactful. And this looks like it's a high funds map. We'll see how this plays out here. I haven't seen any. Wait, I gotta make sure my stream. Dead Z's. Okay, it says it's looking just fine. Okay, very fast airport capture from Djorca. Djorca? I'll just say Djorca. Unless there's enough cities for Kindle to use super. Yeah, if Kindle has the super in the brawls and is able to like one-shot Andy's stuff, then Kindle starts being again a pretty scary threat against poor Andy. A very fast helicopter opening from Kantbei here, and also Djorca. Djorca. Okay. Huh. I would have thought the transport copter would move out and drop someone off to go for this capture. Looks like Kantbei is thinking of going for one of these central captures very early, which I think is stoppable. Yeah, this is what I thought. That is what I thought Kantbei would go for. Okay, well now it's not stoppable. You'd have to build a vehicle to stop the capture in the center. Okay, getting a very fast central capture does seem strong to me for Kantbei, and then we also have a copter built to put some nice pressure pretty much on any front it wants to go towards, while also letting Kantbei build up that infantry count, which is often a very big deal in high funds. We have a double transport copter for Djorca, and then anti-air to respond to the copter. I probably would have preferred to build an anti-air from this base and then an infantry from this base, because this base has more captures close to it to go for, where this one, like, there's nothing for it to go for. So an anti-air from here would make more sense to me. Okay. That's an interesting choice. So if I was Kantbei, I would... So the transport copter is going to block a city so that this infantry can't go to it. I would definitely block this city. I would not be worried about my opponent taking this city because there's no way they can hold that. It's so close to my double base, I can just take it from them. This one, however, is a fair bit farther away. It's kind of more in the middle of the map. So I would have blocked there. It's a nice cheeky block, though. It's this game. I'm in for a wild ride. Double airport is definitely good for Andy. So yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake. Djorca had taken full advantage. Little boost there. The mech. Kindle mechs, huh? Going up here to go for this capture. Looks pretty solid. Okay. Copter moves out. It's going to be threatened by anti-air. And the nice thing that Andy can do in this, in high funds especially, is because since the supers kind of come online really quickly, is you can afford to go for attacks where you get hit but don't die very, very early on. And just expect that your super is going to come online relatively quickly, and you can just heal it off and take full advantage of whatever damage you were able to do. Unfortunately for the copter, that's not going to work out great. Still just get one-shotted by an anti-air and not be able to be healed up. But like this tank, if it wants to, can go over... I guess it can go down here, hit this infantry. Feel free to do so. You might be worried about like the mech hitting you, but it's definitely worth it for this tank to hit this infantry, which stops this capture. And if the mech wants to hit your tank, it's also not going for this capture, so you get to slow down the high funds capture phase. And all you really are suffering is a mech strike to a tank, which you're going to be able to heal off very easily. So yeah, I don't like that move. I would definitely attack, especially with all this backup to it. Yeah, the anti-air doesn't even reach. So that is, I would say, a missed opportunity. You do have to be careful. Although, yeah, with this much pressure, you definitely attack. So Kantbei is working on breaking this pipe seam. And Djorca's just... It looks like they're just splitting the map straight down the center. They did have a lot of threatening movements. And Djorca's threatening to take this city. Again, I would just hit this mech probably. Does the copter not reach? Oh, I guess the copter doesn't reach. I mean, I would still hit this with the tank for sure. Denying captures in high funds is a big deal. They can definitely get punished for sure. If it's like your only tank in the area, then that can get punished. If it's stopping for more than a single turn, a capture, then it's going to be worth it. Usually. Not always. There's never always. Okay, we have a bomber from Kindle. Bomber's pretty nice because it can one-shot Andy stuff. It does open up the air game to Andy, so we can expect to see some fighters start getting built. That's a lot of infantry getting brought up here. I get, this is the only lab. No. Both of these labs. Kantbei has both of these labs. But they're both being threatened. So Djorca technically threatening to go for the win. We have a strike down here from this Kantbei copter. And then everything's just moving on up here to try and protect the labs. So Kantbei's just been playing very, very defensively, which makes sense when you're fighting Kindle, but definitely don't be scared to go for some very aggressive plays with Andy. You can get away with a lot more. You can get away with stuff that other CEOs just can't. I'm expecting to see a lot of copters. Oh, I'd also expect to see some fighters. We see a bomber. So I would prefer a fighter for Kantbei here, because there's 2 bombers right now. And I don't think this bomber for Andy's really threatening that much. There's just some tanks as the best targets. I guess some anti-airs. The Andy bombers are good. Yeah, it looks like people are just stalling out right now. No one sees a very good attack. They're split exactly evenly. Doing a little bit of shuffling around, sitting on the city to stop the infantry from taking it. The bomber moves forward aggressively. This is another thing you could do as Andy if you were trying to want to provoke a fight. You can do stuff like put this bomber like here. We'll see where Kindle's units move. Okay. So, stuff right now that you can get away with as Andy. I guess your tank. You could have a tank attack up here. You could have a bomber run up, kill one of these infantry. It's not like a huge win, but it's something you can do to try and start the fight here. Basically, the bomber just needs to be in a spot where it can be hit by exactly one anti-air, not from a city. So it can run up and just like kill this infantry, and then Kindle starts to engage on the bomber, hits it with the anti-air and knocks you down to like 2. Gives you a ton of charge, and also opens up a spot for a fight to begin. If you're not doing that kind of thing as Andy, then you're gonna have a really hard time finding a way to break through Kindle's forces here, because yeah, each of these cities, kind of like what Mr. Greensuit's talking about, each of these cities is a very strong point for Kindle to fight around. So if you can get the fight to not happen on a city, then you're really happy. First mega tank is out. Andy does have very good mega tanks. The other thing that's important about doing that attack that I was just talking about is it's very important to do it before Kindle when Kindle doesn't have a super available. If Kindle has a super available, you can no longer go for attacks like that, because the anti-air can get hit with the super and just one-shot you. So it's weird that no one's built a fighter. Okay. Get the mega tanks. It's very weird that no one's built a fighter, because that's the kind of thing that would be very nice. Like if Andy had a fighter right now, you would go bomber kills infantry, bomber kills tank, fighter kills bomber. Maybe you wouldn't do that, but maybe you'd attack over here. Ideally, you would try and find a spot where they don't have a city to attack you from, but in this case, they always have a city to attack you from. The cities are just barely close enough together. Map demoted from S rank straight to B rank by Kantbei. That's a big demotion. Okay, nothing's happening. They're just... There's kind of... This is almost a weak point over here. We have the mega tanks moving out towards each other. Ooh. Okay, Djorca is getting close to going for this capture. Still no fighters. There's also still no charge for Kindle, so again, pretty much any point that Andy can find a strike that's only covered by a single anti-air, Andy can start something there. Okay, we have double mega tanks, just mega tank spam. We have the delete of the transfer copter to build another mega tank. Okay. And we have the first aggressive move here. Oh my gosh, what an answer. Mega tank hits it. So here, Kantbei is offering a mega tank to start an engagement. Since we do have bomber from city and then bomber not from city, which I imagine kills the mega tank. I could be wrong. Although it might... Looks like Djorca is not interested in any such shenanigans. There's more mega tanks, more bombers. We do have a fighter, which would have been really useful earlier. In fact, just more fighters would be really good. Okay, start moving forward a bit. We have a copter first strike. Copter finished off by mega tank. You don't often see copter plus mega tank kills copter. Very good to know that that works. Mega tanks have some very interesting damage values. In general, they just do a ton. Okay, so this is probably a weakness that Kantbei could potentially exploit. The army, the two sides here are kind of dividing. If copter plus infantry kills copter, we have a battleship built. I hate that battleship. It covers so little. It covers a... Why is this a harbor? This is an awful harbor. It must be with the idea to get a lander. But the fact that it covers like nothing but a lab is such a stally harbor. This harbor needs to be somewhere else, so you can't build a battleship to cover your lab, is what I'm saying. But yeah, the lander makes sense. Okay, we do have Kantbei attacking in here. Because there was no play earlier on that let a bomber get hit by an anti-air, Andy doesn't quite have the charge necessary to get something initiated, but this attack should build up some nice charge. Now there is a bomber to be hit by an anti-air. Djorca could pull the absolute monster move here which is to not hit the bomber. Oh my gosh. Djorca did it. Absolute monster move. Yeah, just ignore the bomber. Because if you hit the bomber, you give Andy, like, super. And you just lose your anti-air. Rather keep them around. You can use the Kindle super to actually one-shot the bombers. That is indeed the correct move there. Ice in his veins. Yeah, the bomber attacks. The bomber attacks. These are good. This is what Kantbei should have been doing like 8 turns ago. It's not going to work as soon as this fighter hits the front lines, though. Also, in this case, it doesn't matter as so much because they're at the unit cap, so you do need to kill more than just 2 to make your opponent actually feel that. Otherwise, they're just like, oh, now I don't have to delete those infantry. Okay. Okay, now the fighter's here. Ruins all of Kantbei's fun. Because it can just one-shot bombers. Alright. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that Megatanks hit Megatanks at the same damage values that Copters hit Copters. Which means it doesn't take very much firepower for a Megatank to one-shot another Megatank. So if Kindle gets the super, I would not be surprised if she reaches that threshold. You can kind of think of Megatanks as very, very, very slow Copters. Okay, we have some infantry strikes. This is probably Kantbei's way of just not deleting units to build more units. Let's die. A copter get taken out over here. Yeah. Something that Djorca noticed was that these units did not die when they attacked. Like, I am not letting this guy survive. Delete. I don't even need to delete. Oh, there's only 10k left. You build like an anti-air or something? What's the build? There was no reason to delete that infantry. You have 49 units. Megatanks are slow copters, yeah. In the mirror. Copter strike. Infantry strike. Oh man, that was a tough copter. Bomber's running out of fuel. Flies back to the airport to refuel. I like it. Another fighter. Fighters are very useful. They threaten your opponent's air force, and then also they can be used to wall off all of these ground forces very effectively. Infantry goes down. Infantry goes down. Ooh, a slightly large strike here. The unit count from Kantbei is actually starting to fall behind. Which is dangerous. This bomber also has to refuel. They've just been flying around for too long. Okay. Another one has to refuel. We get another bomber. Some more mega tanks. They both have 13 infantry. Dang. So it's very dangerous to... So you can see that Kantbei is kind of keeping some infantry on the front lines, some on the back lines. That's because it's very dangerous in any mode, but especially in high funds, to have all of your infantry available on the front lines to die. Because if they do all die, you are going to have a really hard time replacing them if you're in a heavy vehicle brawl, because you don't want infantry reinforcing that fight. Kindle Super is a fairly serious threat. We do have an Herb of Blight to kill off an anti-air. Don't like that. It seems like a bad move to me. Okay, well, we no longer have a Kindle Super. Do we have potential Andy Supers? I mean, I probably would not be upset with an Andy Super that just slammed into this wall when Kindle had the Urban Blight up. So no charge was gained, although it's not too difficult for Kindle to make it back to the Super. Oh my, so little happened on that turn. Oh my gosh, Kantbei is not trying to find a way through this. Kantbei is like, you know what? We're just going to go to the imaginary day limit and call this a draw. You're either going to attack into my wall of mega tanks, okay, Kantbei does move this turn. Mega tanks focusing together. Oh, Djorca is starting to get a concave on Kantbei here. Infantry sacrifices it. There may or may not be chip damage on this mega tank. This battleship needs to be deleted. Like, it's so bad. You'd rather have a black boat so you have a way of refueling your stuff, or an APC. Okay, more mega tanks. Be very careful here. I mean, it doesn't look like either player is really trying to, but you could have some very dangerous breakthroughs. I think it's probably safe to attack in here and kill off a bunch of stuff. As long as you kill off a lot of stuff and not like 2 things, it will actually start to matter. Right now, Kantbei is just like, as long as I'm out of movement range of the mega tanks, it doesn't matter where I am. Okay. Okay, down here looks very vulnerable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, down here looks very vulnerable. You could attack in here. Okay, well, you could Andy Super attack. Looks like we're just going to inch forward, though. Inch forward has now actually put the mega tank in range of being picked off by other mega tanks. But Kindle's not interested. Just falls back instead. Oh my gosh, where's the transport copter? Got some free real estate up here. Delete battleship, build transport copter. Okay. Kantbei notices free real estate, starts moving on up here. It's gonna be a really slow move though, so Kindle can just follow along. Kantbei's also they've both been deleting infantry, which is can lead to the unfortunate situation where no matter who wins the fight, nothing gets captured. Okay, I am I'm shocked that there has not been an attack available for specifically Kantbei, because Andy has +1 move. Oh. We have a strike, kills off an infantry. And then the unit gets deleted. Another unit gets deleted. The rockets start being built. The battleship from Djorca just following in Kantbei's footsteps. Material trade. This is Advanced Wars 2018. Both. It's true. I agree. They should have had more rockets. Well, in this situation, it's more that the players are like too scared. They're either too scared or they're like, it's too complicated to come up with an engagement here, which is probably more likely. It's like, I'll just take the turn, whatever. And honestly, I know exactly that feeling. And you'll miss out on all the engagements you could take if you're feeling really burnt out on a game. And the best way to start feeling burnt out on a game is if it stalls. They're both just betting on winning the theoretical Megatank endgame. I would say that Kindle probably wins the theoretical Megatank endgame. Well, I'd have to see if High Society lets the Megatanks one-shot the other Megatanks. Oh no! Rest in peace, battleship. Oh, we have a play trying to get this city. The city doesn't matter. Or I mean, a single city doesn't matter when you have maxed out armies and both players are just sitting on giant banks. But you know, it's the spirit of the attack that matters. Kantbei does get the city. If there was a day limit, if this was a day 35 game, if this was like a tournament game, Kantbei would win right here. We should at least consider banning Megatanks and high funds. Okay. Oh man, Kantbei almost has a wall from top to bottom. I mean, it's basically a wall from top to bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 units in the wall. He connected the sides, he wins. Okay. I'm really surprised that Andy does not have an attack here. Oh. Did I speak too soon? Does Andy have an attack? No. It's just an attempt to take another city. Moving back elsewhere. Okay. Doesn't look. Okay. Well, we have the Andy normal power to take the city. The rocket hit something. Killed an infantry. It's pretty valuable. I would probably have gone with a superpower over a normal power to try and have like a really strong attack. We have another dive in to go for this city. It's a much larger dive in. Now the problem that Kantbei might run into here is that use the power and then stepped back. So it's gonna be very easy. Never mind. I was gonna say it's gonna be very easy for Kindle to kind of wipe this out and then have a super available, while Kantbei won't have a super available. But in this case, neither player's gonna have a super available. But yeah, this does get wiped out. And now a lot of units went down, so Kantbei is falling behind in the unit count, which, as we all know, is the most important metric. Whoa. Rocket fires on infantry. Anti-air hits the bomber. The fighters hit the bombers. Okay. The battleship gets deleted. There's no reason to delete this battleship. At this point, I mean, you have the unit count to build stuff. It must have been to stop the repairs. If you're going to delete the battleship, it should have been deleted a long time ago when you needed the unit count. Not now. I mean, it might actually do something at this point. It could get attacked and give you charge. Okay, fighters go down. Gives a lot of charge. Kantbei, so we do have the super active or available now. Which is +1 move, a total of plus 30% attack. I believe. We should remove the unit limit. Yeah, an attack here makes sense to me. But this mega tank can't hit anything. Oh, I see. These guys are locked in by a forest. This mega tank, you can't tell, but this mega tank is standing on a forest. I was like, why can't this guy reach with the +1 move? That does suck. Whoa. Alright, Kantbei's playing with fire here. I don't know if Kantbei has just been checking the city count to make sure that High Society doesn't one-shot these mega tanks. That must be what's going on. Otherwise, Kindle would attack in with like 1 mega tank strike, maybe 2. Get High Society and just get a whole bunch of one-shots. Okay, nothing happened. Kindle's down to 4 infantry. We have a carrier built. Stop building boat. This is the carrier's worse than the battleship. At least the battleship was guarding the lab. Alright, units are back to being deleted. Honestly, this is probably good for Kantbei, since Kantbei was behind in unit count. Wasn't that the 50? So now that they're both at the unit count limit, this is back to being very good for Kantbei. Or potentially. So dangerous to just kind of chill there at the max attack range here. So I'd have to look at the damage values. So one of the ways you can kind of get through situations like this is you can often like sacrifice tanks into mega tanks. Maybe take a damage off, maybe not. You'd have to see what the damage range is for an Andy mega tank with super and one comm tower. Taking a mega tank on the plains. But it looks like Kantbei could attack here and kill like this entire front line. But I guess that's just not good enough. Which might be true. I probably would. But maybe Kantbei's like, I need to find the perfect opportunity. Okay, so Kantbei just positioned this army, and his opponent did not move the front line at all. So that should mean that Kantbei can now kill the front line, assuming the units are being positioned to have a strike. This is not the case, though. Okay. I take it back. Oh, the units are moving forward? It gives Kantbei even better chances to kill everything? There's like no excuse not to attack in now. Like they're so close to you. It's so easy to get 2-hit KOs. Okay. Looks like Kindle's like, well, wait a second. If you're not going to be the one that takes advantage of how close I got, then I'll take advantage of how close I got. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I thought Andy was going to do. You get the 2-hit KO. You break through. Yeah, you sacrifice the tank. You mega tank strike. You break through. Yeah. Just finishes off the 1 health. Yeah, okay. This is looking pretty good. Isn't able to... Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What did this kill? Oh, I see. Ideally, you'd be able to kill this, have something else kill there, and then your fighters could gobble up the other fighters. Okay, so that was a very strong attack. And kind of what I thought Kantbei was going to do a couple turns ago. So we'll see what Kantbei can do here to retaliate. It's looking rough. We have the hyper upgrade. Heal up those mega tanks. A few more attacks. Let's get a hit on this mega tank, which is nice. A very, very healthy fighter count from Djorca, which is valuable. And at the end of Kantbei's turn, Djorca was ahead in unit value and unit count, which is not what you want to see, especially in a brawl. Yeah, at this point, I think Kantbei is just gonna die. just overwhelmed by the sheer numbers after the breakthrough. I don't see a way for Kantbei to survive. Hitting the rocket's kind of nice. The mega tank countdown here isn't awful, but we just see how many broke through at the top that it's not gonna be able to save the day. The one thing is that Djorca has no infantry on the front lines left. Really should build a transfer copter. So Djorca's out here is pretty much to rout Kantbei or to have Kantbei resign. Looks like rout is the current plan. Not going to happen this turn, but it's getting close. We move to rotation talk after this. Your soul is completely exhausted. I have to cover all of the news submissions before I do anything else. Hey, the carrier does get the kill. I'm surprised Kantbei is still in this game. I probably would resign. I'm 11 units to 36. Even if all of my units kill a unit, I'm still behind. Still less than half of my opponent's unit count. I think Kantbei is just trying to force Djorca to go for the route. Don't know why this bomber sat on this airport. I guess it's just overload the carrier. Now Kantbei resigns. GG. I wonder if Kantbei asked for a draw and Djorca was like, no, I'm gonna wear you down until you make a mistake and let me just walk up to you and then take out your army. But that was a long game. And that can happen. That can happen on any map, but it's more likely to happen on maps where there's kind of like a no man's land between the cities, so it's hard to pressure something out. That's game 3. This is the average game in 2019. How did you guys get by? We have a Hawke mirror. I'm not sure who submitted this. Looks like it's a high funds game, though. I guess I'll make you the Cobalt Ice. Yellow Comet. That's yours. Which player are you? This is Pinwheel's map. Nice. Alright, let's make you this then. Yeah. Very fun map. Well, there you go, Pinwheel. You got complimented. Hawke mirrors are kind of a nightmare to play. Ooh, it's mixed base. Pretty fancy. You can see here the turn advantage balance is that player 1 makes it to this base first, but makes it to this base second. Just balanced with the infantry placement. And then player 1's ahead over here, but behind over here. I don't know why the black boat moved off of the shoal. Definitely keep the black boat on the shoal, especially because this infantry could hop in the black boat next turn if it wanted to, and get dropped off up here and go for this airport, which would be pretty valuable. Hey, it's Hawke. Hawke likes Hawke mirrors. Hawke, that's just because you like Hawke. I did make a Hawke map recently. I should go back to that map and look it over again to make sure I can see if there's any improvements I can make. Hawke mirror is definitely superior to the Eagle mirror. They're almost opposite in how they play out, where Hawke mirror, it's like a game of chicken over... Make the map a little smaller, my penguin face is blocking part of it. Over being the person to use the power second, where in the Eagle mirror, it's whoever uses the power first. Hawke mirror is as close as you get to no powers. Yeah, that's kind of true. No powers, but everyone has an extra comm tower. Unless there's like a massive setup turn that that lets the 2 damage create a huge breakthrough. Well, Sasha, you get Sasha's like one person gets powers. Shame no one picked Grit. He has some spicy base locking plays on this map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can just build a rocket here and base lock. That seems like a flaw. It's not worth the effort. Am I just miscounting this? Rocket goes here. They normally have a range of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus 1 range, 6. That seems like a problem. Oh, you banned Grit in the end. Oh, I see. I'm fine with banning Grit. I don't like Grit. I don't think he adds much to the game. Shots fired, personally. Very biased opinion. So we have very fast, or not... We have first vehicle recon, but it's like a really slow first vehicle recon. I'm fine with having the slow first vehicles to get like a nice infantry count going. I will say that in the future, whatever you do not put your recon on the tile that your infantry needs to move to I guess it doesn't really hurt you here, but I would not move it here. I would move it here probably, because, well, I'll see what you do. But I was thinking you go infantry down to here to go for the city. It's actually fine, because this infantry can go here to go for the city, and this one can go here to go for the city. So it's not really stopping, but you do have to be careful about blocking your own capture routes. In this case, it was fine. I guess you went here instead of here to go down here and put pressure on this capturing area. Jocus wants to know your location. Is Jocus a huge Grit fan? These infantry are right in front of each other. So we have a 1 base here, a 1 base. Oh, we have the double base. Yeah. I definitely agree with kind of trying to pressure out of the double base like this and give your 1 base as much time as possible to kind of build up some infantry, and then later on it can start building some units to actually protect itself. Pretty good timing with this comm tower. We do have a problem in that this infantry is just gonna die. Ooh, I like the block on the city. It's very Very nice. Stops this guy from going for the city. I guess he can still go for the city, but I still like the block. We have some artillery coming out. Okay. With the tank here. Okay, so you will get some comeuppance or some damage out of this. Oh, interesting. So I don't like your opponent's move here. I think they should definitely go tank strike, infantry strike, kill off this infantry, bring the Neo tank down, and then have this infantry go for the city. But that's just me. I like killing off infantry on the one base, from a one base side. It's very difficult for it to replace it, especially once you have this double base kind of putting pressure on it. Okay, go in for the airport. Makes sense. I would probably have gone for the airport first and then gone back for the city and the comm tower, because that's just going to give you more turns of producing air units and getting a nice advantage with that. It'll help support this one base faster, and it also exerts pressure on both of these bases to now deal with the air pressure. Okay. So this poor guy is not actually covered against the Neo tank strike. But it is what it is. We do have the tank first over here. It is covered by a Neo tank, but then we have the artillery come up and kind of ruin your day. But you do stop the capture, so it's pretty worth it, provided you get away alive and can like follow that up to stop the capture for a longer period of time. And over here, you have an attack in to stop this capture, but these infantry probably gonna get killed off for this. Yeah, this looks fine for you. And this infantry did not get attacked. Am I missing something? Neo tank could definitely just come over here and ruin this capture. Yeah, there was no like trap or anything. I guess I just really wanted to protect this infantry. Okay, I like the double artillery moving out here. Kind of annoying to deal with a single base. This artillery pressure. Okay, tank gets away. Covered, not covered by another tank. I think you're about to run into the same problem as what just happened over here. Is that, well, maybe not. We'll see. But the tank can finish you off and then get covered by an artillery against the Neo tank. Comm tower starts getting captured. Both players really delayed getting this airport, which I think they probably both regretted. The strike in here from the city, kill off that infantry. It is pretty scary. I would probably have not built a Neo tank here. I would have built it here because this base was definitely under some serious pressure. Very did go for this tank hit. The artillery is not actually covering the revenge hit though. So this Neo tank can just go kill the tank in revenge for an even trade. I assume we're about to see. You can see how chaotic these mixed base situations can get when you have all these different fronts trying to outplay and outposition each other. You've been doing very nicely economically. Still up 2k, although the city is now under threat. A strike over here. The powers are starting to come online, which means every turn both players get to look at the board and see if there's any massive breakthroughs that are possible. Okay, we have the comm tower comm tower captured first. Break through the infantry. I think that's a slight mistake. I think I would prefer tank, infantry strike, tank, infantry strike, neo-tank on city kills artillery. And then build another neo-tank or a mega tank potentially to deal with this neo-tank. In this case, the artillery lives at 1. It was a very similar attack. We have the very nice copter coming out here. It's able to protect this city. There isn't an anti-air over here yet. So looking good. With a nice early anti-air. A prophylactic anti-air. Anticipating the copter out of here. Or bomber. Which is something that is a very, very safe thing to predict. Especially in high funds. Where you can afford to build from your build from your airport every single turn. Okay, nice infantry pressure. I like this, forcing this this one base to trade out its infantry, kind of like what's happening over here from your opponent towards you. Just because once these one bases are out of infantry, they're basically just out of infantry because they have to keep building vehicles just to stay alive. Ooh. Blackboat brings the infantry on over. Looking good. Okay. The neo-tanks just group up here. These neo-tanks group up here. This city looks like it's time to just like accept that that's a loss. Let it go. Strike out here, kill that tank. Copter tank it. I like it. Kill off a nice infantry over there. Very nice pickoffs. Killing off these infantry. Very good. This is another one base. It's good to run out of infantry very quickly. And then trying to kill off these would be my next goal. So this guy can reach down here, so I'd probably have him have this guy involved in this attack, and then I wouldn't have these artillery used over here. I kind of like going for this comm tower capture, going for attacks down here, going for this lab, moving the artillery down towards protecting the comm tower capture with a whole bunch of infantry backing it up, because that's just like that's something your opponent has to react to, and they'll have to move something. The first turn will probably just be some infantry moving into the range of the artillery, but pretty soon they're going to run out, and you'll start getting vehicle shots. The super is coming, which does make it so all walls are much more flimsy for sure. Both Pin gave the corner bases both an airport and a port. They're not gonna fall. The comm tower could fall. You could definitely make this fall. Okay, Neo-Tank busts through to the artillery, and then Neo-Tank, or to the kill the anti-air, then the Neo-Tank first strike. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, oh, I see they're staying out of range of this artillery, but they're not. Well, that's still a very valuable attack. I think it will cost them this entire Neo-Tank. They did kill off the anti-air. Fortunately, there is another one on its way to help support the front. Okay, this infantry is getting taken out. These Neotank don't have... They don't know what they want to do with their lives, sadly. We have the Black Storm this turn. Okay, so this is the Hawke mirror. So usually you want to be the person to Black Storm second, unless you can get some really solid kills off of Black Storming first. I don't think this required a Black Storm because I think artillery plus tank plus the Neotank would kill off a Neotank. Probably this one. Yeah, so I'm not liking this Black Storm currently. I don't think it killed off anything that couldn't have been killed off without it. And now the response Black Storm is going to be brutal because it heals off all the damage you did while hitting all of your units, and then you don't have a Black Storm to heal up. And that's why, yeah, we look at the difference here. At the start of the turn, nothing's happened. Kyzeryagon is 100,000 unit value ahead. No engagements, just a Black Storm response. Basically even, less than 10,000 ahead. That was almost a 100,000 value change before any engagements are taken. And that's why the Hawke mirror has that very awkward, like, you want to be the person that uses the power second. Lots of little pickoffs here. Ooh, get the artillery. Oh, both of the artillery. Oh no. Here comes the bomber. That's going to be a nightmare to deal with. Is that other anti-air got taken out. So now at the end of their turn, they're ahead by about 70,000. But there's no charge for Kyzeryagon, so there's no way to heal up all these 8 health units. Maybe if there was enough stuff to engage that you were able to get another Hawke super right away. Oh my gosh. I don't know why you're doing this. Losing out of so many unit counts just to... That's not good. This heals up, just shoots you. I think that might have been just a desperation. A desperation kind of play there. Now at the end, almost evened up the unit value. It's just rough. Okay, these units get picked off. Whoa. Oh, now the Neotank goes down. So, it looks to me like the game's going to end pretty soon. Maybe not. I mean, this is a pretty scary attack moving in on this base. There is a Mega Tank over here. You're down a lot of units, but there is still some sort of compensation going on over here. Sadly, the infantry are all injured, so they take 3 turns to go for any of these captures that kind of open up. Bombers made a very long journey to make it over here. Mega Tank just chilling out on this comm tower. Oh no, the anti-airs don't actually cover these guys. Okay. Surprised there was no capture gone for over here. Looking a little awkward. He does go down over here. This bomber goes over here and he just resign. I think that's fine. You were probably still in it. You're behind by 4K, which is basically nothing in high funds. Down by a fair bit in unit value, though. And a little bit in unit count. I think you were winning. I think you were winning at this... like right here. Things are looking pretty nice. You can kill off this Neo tank, I think, with artillery tank and Neo tank. There's some strikes available. But yeah, it's just a lesson in the Hawke mirror. It's like you really can't use the power first unless it's giving you a lot of kills. Otherwise, you just go super negative in the value. It just hurts so much. Okay, we have Airmaster 41 versus Advanced Warrior. Airmaster is... actually, these are both patrons. And this is Airmaster's first submission. So we'll make an Advanced Warrior yellow comment. And Drake versus Andy is a pretty fun matchup. It's somewhat similar to the Hawke matchup, where both players have an incentive to use their power second, but instead of having like a mirrored setup with the powers, they both have different ways that they can use it to like get an advantage by using it first. In Drake's case, it's much like in the Hawke situation, where you use either your normal power or your super in order to kill off a bunch of units. In Andy's case, you use your power, usually your super, sometimes your normal power, but usually your super in order to give you the extra firepower and movement to threaten Drake. You get kills that way, or just positive hits that way. You could also use your normal power to give a power boost and then kind of count on getting enough charge on the following turn to get your normal power again to heal off Drake's super damage on you. So it's pretty interesting in that both players can use either their normal power or their super to great effect. And they're also in that same game of chicken. Yeah. I'm not sure why the black boats got replaced with landers. I assume it's to make stealths weaker, because stealths were pretty strong on this map because the airports are fairly far away, and there was a black boat just sitting in the middle of the map to refuel you anyway. Otherwise, I don't know why they're landers and stuff. It does mean if you have two really injured vehicles, you can load them both into the lander, and they will both repair from the HQ, while also being untargetable, because they're in the lander. Unless the lander dies, in which case you'll lose both vehicles. Okay, we have a recon first from Airmaster. And then Advanced Warriors moving on out with this black boat, which has +1 movement in comparison to other black boats, because this is a Drake black boat, which does mean it has some more opportunities for sneaky operations. We might see the black boat do something very sneaky and drop something off down here later on. Who knows? Alright, Airmaster with this very fast recon. It has a long way to go before it finds a target. I'm okay. Usually on maps this large, very fast recons aren't super effective. but it's kind of a nice play here because it's very common that the black boat transports an infantry over here and like drops it off on this mountain and then goes for one of these captures. So the recon heading off in that direction in anticipation of that does make a lot of sense to me. It seems to be exactly what's about to happen here. Although it doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not quite going to get there in time. It looks like Airmaster also transported an infantry, but just for this harbor rather than going for this area right away. Okay, instead the recon's heading out towards the middle, which I don't like as much. I'd really like it heading over here. I think this makes a lot of sense. Towards the middle, not so much, because commonly the infantry, the unit push out through here is infantry followed by tanks or artillery, so they'll be covered against recons. Where in this case, it does get dropped off all on its own, all on its lonesome. Vehicles can use landers for boosties, yeah. What was the black boat usage? Turn 1? That was just to go to the furthest point. For the future. We have the airports getting captured. You can see there's these comm towers really far off in these corners. And commonly, those are captured by using a transport copter. And then both players will have these double comm towers. I'm not a huge fan of these comm towers way off in the corners like this. It's very uncommon for them to be captured by your opponent through like sneaky means. And even if they are captured by your opponent through sneaky means, it's impossible, literally impossible, I would say, for your opponent to actually hold this against you. And I'm just not a huge fan of comm towers that are completely safe. It's probably like a map design thing where it's like I want players to have a free extra 10% damage. Very weird to me that Airmasters did not build a transport copter here, considering they have 5,000 left over. And fighting should start happening pretty soon. Ooh, it looks like Advanced Warrior is going to save the money on the transport copter and just have the long trek of an infantry get this comm tower. And instead we go for a very early, not very early, but a pretty early Drake battlecopter. I support Drake battlecopters. I think they do everything you want from a battlecopter pretty successfully. Ooh. Airmaster's going for a very sneaky infantry play over here. And this recon did finally find a target. It's a little bit late to... you can see the big difference with fighting over here, like in the middle, where instead if it was fighting over here earlier on, there wouldn't be a tank ready. There is a tank covering this. This is going to start. This is going to be the start of the engagements. Double tank slam. It's pretty scary. This tank is not in range. So I would not be surprised if Airmaster or if Advanced Warrior gets away with this recon kill. Obviously, it's fog. You can lose a lot of units in fog and still remain in the game. So even if you just lose a recon like that, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, Airmaster goes for this capture. We have a nice tank chain here. Sadly, only one tank is covering this. Ooh, retreats with this tank as the infantry finish this off. I would... Oh, Airmaster's Andy. Okay, yeah, never mind. So, basically the choice I would have here is if I'm going to use this infantry to kill off this tank, that's totally fine. That does mean that I would use this tank to hit this city first and then have my infantry follow it up. To preserve some infantry health and still get some use out of the tank. I would not be too worried, like way back here, if my opponent was going to dive the tank with other tanks because I have all this other backup for it. It's a nice infantry pressure, denying the central capture from Airmaster. So right now I would say it's looking pretty good for Advanced Warrior. Although an Operation Sneaky Sneaks is successful. Very daring. This is only going to work because of Advanced Warrior's infantry route, where they're going straight for the middle rather than over here, which is where they commonly go. That peeved you off. Blue just kind of transported infantry on the city it could have walked on anyways. Oh, up here. I think I missed what you were talking about. I thought they... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I guess it's the same number of turns, but it does have the black boat move over here. Or you mean like over here there's like a boost or something? That's probably just a show. Advanced Warrior now gets this capture. There's a mech walking back here. So a mech doesn't actually get here any faster than the infantry does, I don't think. Here. Yeah, no, they get there the same speed. So might as well save the cash and just go for infantry. The city then. That was probably just a show off. One thing is, I think both of these tanks should probably go after this recon to kill this off. So instead of killing this infantry off... Oh no! It said the stream is disconnected. My bad. Am I still here, guys? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm still here. So yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about using injured units to kind of get the job done in the future. Airmaster, very nice, getting away with the Operation Sneaky Sneaks. Ooh, nice pick off of the recon. Recons are, of course, one of the best units to get the final kill on. Sortie here. Still him hiccupy. Hopefully it steadies itself out there. We have the 2 hit KO. This is going to be guaranteed because they have 2 comm towers. Now plus 20% firepower. That will always work. And part of this is going to be very successful for Airmaster as well, because Advanced Warrior has been so focused on the center here. The only units that were able to come up here to deal with Operation Sneaky Sneaks are the infantry that are also defending these captures. So this city will also fall now, at the same time that this one gets captured. So some very nice play on the weak side here for Airmaster. Down here, we can see the focus of sending all of the reinforcements to the same location, though, is definitely helping Advanced Warrior win this fight. And when that's happening to you, it's really tough to do. And don't worry, I also make these mistakes, but you actually have to fall back and just accept the losses that happened and be like, wow, I really shouldn't have been fighting there. I don't know what I was thinking. I'll just fall back to my bases. I'll start to regroup. If my opponent chases me, then I can like get some nice compensation because they overextend. If they leave, then I can attack back. Because if you just keep fighting here, you'll tend to just kind of lose the fight overall. Although getting some very nice compensation on the top economically. So more and more units are getting picked off here by Advanced Warrior. And at this point, there's like a serious collection of units here. So ant trailing your reinforcements in will always result in your stuff just kind of getting overwhelmed. And letting your opponent get like better and better value on you. Some nice attacks in here though. The copter's going to get picked off, but it is definitely possible to still get some good damage. As at this point, it starts getting very tempting to use the super as Drake, but you always need to look at what you're actually getting off of it. So in this case, I wouldn't use the super because I'm looking at the vehicles I can hit, and I can just kill these off with just the units I have and the strength I have already. So I'd prefer to save my super. The pressure is really on my opponent at this point to use their power to kind of get back into the game. I'm winning the brawl. I don't need to use the super to win the brawl any harder. If I use my power now, then I'm opening up the window for the Andy player to get a really nice value power on me that will heal off all the damage I do, and also, of course, give extra firepower and movement. Now, the rain does kind of help with the movement boost, because over the plains, they do get, all the land vehicles do get slowed, and the vision problems can also help protect quite a bit. But this does kind of mean I don't have a really good follow-up punish to the Andy super or power in general that could potentially have hurt Andy a lot. I think it's totally fine here because the units were being kind of ant trailed into this fight. It won't make a huge difference either way. But yeah, I would prefer to hold on to the super there and just keep the game of chicken going. It's looking very solid though for Advanced Warrior. Operation Sneaky Sneaks has kind of been shut down, and now these cities are very vulnerable to being captured. And Advanced Warrior is making sure to have a very healthy anti-air count here. I know, not doing the thing is by far the hardest technique in Advanced Wars by Web. Yep, holding your power, not eating dudes. Recons are one of the best units to kill because of how much vision they supply, and the fact that at 1 HP they still supply the same amount of vision. Advanced Warriors is coming for that HQ. Yeah. We do have the artillery in place and multiple copters coming on down. Okay. Some pretty solid pickoffs down here for Airmaster. Mostly injured tanks. Oof. Well, this is just out of vision, I think. So as long as as long as Advanced Warrior moves these copters before this copter comes into vision, Airmaster will be okay. Oh, very lucky. Yeah, if this infantry probably should have. Usually you need to go for the vision first on your turn. So you go here for vision. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would spot the copter, and then the 2 copters just kill it. There we go, and we have the tanks getting picked off. I would, well, this is fine. Moving into this forest is very fine to just completely shut down all of these attacks. You can also fire on the lander and really stick it to them. Here, I would attack the tank. Knock it down nice and low. Because this anti-air is already exposed from the same tile that you're probably getting attacked from. This copter gets away, potentially. Yeah. And then again over here, these units are kind of being ant-trailed in. Where they're just like reinforcement, like at reinforcement speed to a front line that doesn't exist. And ant trails always would just get gobbled up by existing front lines. This is a weird... I would have thought the artillery would shoot the tank, but I guess what's going on here is like, I gotta deal with this infantry. Sure. And just double tank strike this, yeah. This is looking very GG. Copter goes up here, tries to get some value. The kind of thing that I like, Operation Sneaky Sneaks Part 2. The kind of thing that if you were trying to win this brawl when you're kind of feeling really far behind, what you have to focus on, and Advanced Warrior is doing a nice job stopping it, is you'd have to find a way to take out the anti-airs, and then the copters can actually fight this back. If you can't take out the anti-airs though, then it's probably not going to work out. Again, I think this is not a good super. All of these tanks could already kill off these tanks. The copter could already kill off that copter. So there's no reason to go for that super. It might have even spared this copter's life. I'm not sure. For upgrade, heal off the lander. Copter strike. Can't get through to kill the anti-airs. And now Advanced Warriors can take all of these cities. And I assume kill off the lander and take the HQ. When taking the cities, that tends to be my favored way of closing out a game, is just to win by capture and just taking all the cities and win that way. But if you're in this situation, I would just kill the lander. This is basically like the dream situation. Operation Sneaky Sneaks Part 2 is not going to be successful unless this is like the deep dive version and it walks past and goes for the harbor instead. Not quite. Yeah, it's a master resigns there, which I think is totally fine. So what happened there is you really, really don't want to ant trail into your opponents. GG missiles, very nice. Yeah, exactly. You should just retreat back a long time ago. But then you didn't. Yeah. It's very easy to get caught in these kind of ant trail setups where you're just sending reinforcements straight into the meat grinder. You're proud of yourself until I wouldn't use these powers. I think you played the game very well. I would just not have used any of the powers. Okay. Okay, so there was... I was sent a message about a map being added to standard. Let's take a look at it before I move on to the next game. Let's just look at the Go7's first impressions. I think I'll have to make it smaller on this. There we go. Okay, so this is the new standard map called Zero Sum that's just been added to the Global League rotation. It looks like it is base... It's base light. We got 2 bases versus 2 bases. We have a starting lander, so we got some nice transportation plays, and then we have HQs. This one's actually cut off. We've got HQs on the side of the maps that always makes HQs vulnerable for attack, because that's one more, like, that makes walling off here way easier. Not only is there one less tile to attack from, but also the units walling on the side here on the HQ also have less tiles to be attacked from. So I would not be surprised if these HQs, if there's lots of HQ caps on this map. Mr. Greensuit doesn't like it. That does lend itself to being an HQ race. This base is... Actually, it looks very much like an HQ race because both of these bases and this airport are kind of staring directly down at the HQ, like so. I don't know if it's going to be bad, though. I don't know if it's S-rank. I guess I can check. It is S-rank. It's from 2015. Oh, it's a oldie. Let me go back. What's loading? Disconnect? Well, that'll happen there. Okay, so let's see what the opening's kind of like here. Let's see what kind of natural... What do you want to do with this lander right away? So, you have 2 options. You can go here to pick up this infantry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't look too great for the options of where you want to move that. You could pick up this infantry right away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop off here to go for this capture. You'd be doing that instead of moving out towards these ones. I think that might make sense. I imagine these captures are way more contested than these ones. Where's the ruler? Oh no, there we go. Sammy on base light? You could do Sammy stuff. Welcome to prehistoric Rivendell. Okay, well, we'll just do base Andes here. Drake might have some play because extra lander movement. You'd also have the opportunity to instead not go for this. It go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then be able to pick up infantry from here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, drop off here. If you were Drake or Sammy, 6, 7, and you could drop off stuff over here. You could even do some very 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rocket drop off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Drake might have a very, very aggressive rocket play on this map to lock this base. Is that right? You wouldn't be doing this as an opening though. But yeah, you could pick up your rocket, build the rocket, next turn you pick it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Drop off the rocket right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a base lock. So that might be something you could be interested in if you're playing Drake as like a mid-game gotcha. Yeah. The HQ and the comm tower are both. You'd rather have the comm towers in the middle is what you're thinking? But we'll see how this plays out as an opening. Now, player 2 does not have the same opening here. Well, they do. They just do it slightly differently. They'd probably... So I'm thinking player 2 goes here, and this infantry's job is to go for this capture, go for the here, and then airport in the city. That's what this guy's job is. And then this infantry goes in here, gets dropped off over here, and is going to go for this capture, and then maybe down for this capture, maybe up for this capture, maybe just contesting over here. We'll see. This guy's got a few options. I imagine I'd want to just send him straight down here, go for this capture, and then have him go for back caps. Maybe. Actually, no. I guess you'd go here, and then go for here, and then have the next guy go down here, and then back caps. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. So you can go here. I don't like it. The reason I don't like this is because I think this base is going to be the one put under more pressure, because it does have the comm tower that it needs to take care of, and it has the HQ that it has to take care of. So I would not like you can do this, I would not like sending my infantry away from the objectives that I need to protect. I would just leave this base capture, or the city capture, up to this base instead. So I think I would do that. And then we would drop off the infantry here and build another infantry. Like so. I think. You could also just not do this. I think it would be fine to just trek it by foot with infantry here, going for these captures, this capture, going for these backward captures. I think that'd be fine. And instead having the lander go for some sneaky plays where you go over here and drop off from the space. Maybe go for a really early vehicle rush. You know what? Let's actually change what player 2 is doing so that we can see how that plays out. So instead they went over here. So this guy goes here. We'll complete that capture. We'll just send you down here with this. And then the next infantry will do these captures. Actually, these are not contested. Let's flip that. We'll go here. And we'll send you there to go for this capture. And then this lander, it does kind of get here just like a turn too early. We'll see what we can do. Okay. Go for this capture. We'll get you. So I could pick up this infantry, drop it off down here. I don't think that's worth it. I think I'd prefer to walk over here and just send this back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's another thing that Drake can do and Sammy can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Sammy and Drake can do this kind of thing, drop off an infantry, come over here, and pick something up and drop it off over here on the next turn. So that might be another thing to keep in mind for Drake and Sammy. At this point, I think this player just builds infantry. Okay, you start moving forward. You go for this capture. You go over here. Very forward with that capture. Now here, the choice is hop in the lander and like drop off over here, or to move down here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the money is not working out great for this lander timing. Like, you could build a recon, but the recon doesn't need this lander to get anywhere. So I'm not liking this player 2 like forward lander thing I'm doing. Maybe with Drake it works out better. Because right now this lander is just like not doing anything. And it's, do I want to go down here with the capture? Or do I want to go for this city? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can't even like load a tank here. I could do this. Let's try this. And I want this player to be very aggressive. We'll see if player 1 is able to like sufficiently defend. And I think player 1 can just defend this. But there will be a lot of options. This guy's gonna handle that. I guess he can handle this stuff too. Yeah, no, I think we'll go. We'll just boost to there. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with this lander anymore. I don't think it should have gone back here. I think instead it should go over here. I don't think you need to pick up any more infantry. Because these guys still need to capture stuff over here, for sure. And now it's making me think I just go for this with this guy. Maybe that is the way. Otherwise, don't have a real capture unless you're going for this comm tower, and then this guy goes for this city. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't drop off for these. So I guess I will go for this. I'm not super happy with the capture phase though. Oh, it's true. I can't boost him. I got deboost. It doesn't matter. Bro. Okay, so let's go for these captures. This is working out very differently for player 2. And where this base does actually go for this capture. For this like very aggressive version. Why are you in? So I can hop in. I can have my recon hop into the lander here. And then I guess I can only drop off to here and here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But in both cases, like I can go like that. The tank buy. I don't know. Actually, I kind of like this move. So the tank buy does protect the city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like so. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't actually protect the city. So now this infantry has to probably retreat. Otherwise, the recon gets an attack. And then by X-ray, this recon is stopping this guy from going for any of these captures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because the tank doesn't actually protect the comm tower. It definitely doesn't protect this city. Okay. So player 1 can go for these captures and start walking forward over here. Nah, see, now this base is making a lot of sense to go for this city, and this guy is now feeling a little funny. I guess this guy can go for the city. Maybe it would have been better to go off into this contour area. So we can have our lander move here. Maybe here. You have the infantry start walking over here, and tank obviously has to be built here to deal with this recon. And the question is, what on earth do you do with these infantry? Refuse shenanigans. True, you could always have your lander just like right here or here to stop stuff from happening. Okay, so this recon is threatening this infantry, and it's threatening this infantry. This infantry can survive by just not moving. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it can't. Oh, this lander does not go here. This lander needs to go here. If this lander goes here, player 2, and like you don't move this infantry because you're protected by this tank, player 2 moves their lander here and then hits you. 4, 5, 6, yeah. And then hits you here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't get past the tank. You can't save your infantry. It just gets beat up. So, if the recon gets dropped here, this lander needs to move here. It also... No, it literally needs to move here. Because if this lander goes here or here, it stops the tank from saving this infantry. So that is definitely important to note. Okay, so we'll say they do go here. Now this infantry can just stay here safely. It is being delayed. It can't go for this comm tower or this city, or else it's really sad. This infantry now needs to run. And it can run to here. Safely from the recon. And unfortunately, this recon does not reach this infantry. But it does 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. It can go here. Block off access to this city. Okay, so this doesn't move. It's nice and safe from the tank. With the tank up. That would be player 1's turn. Player 2 keeps getting out of the airport. Go for the harbor. Go for this city. Go for this city. It's also, you know what this means though? is that this infantry shouldn't have gone here. It should have gone here. That way the recon can't block access to the city. That's not yeah. Go for the capture. Go for this capture? I don't think you can hold that. You can block it off with the recon, but I don't think you can hold this long term because there's so many infantry coming in and the tank. You could take it because your recon can just sit here and stop the infantry from interrupting, but I don't think it's holdable. So instead you would go for the city. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can go here, or you can go here. Probably here, because that gives you a very nice escape route, and you're forcing the tank down here. And this lander starts heading back home. I imagine. And then you build a tank of your own. And infantry. Now, there's an argument here to be made that you don't build a tank. You could build an artillery. And the reason you would build an artillery is because that would leave you with 2,000 funds. Which means next turn you'll have 11,000 funds, which is enough to get a battlecopter and 2 infantry. I mean, the artillery into battlecopter is... Oops. Redfire didn't build an infantry here. Battlecopter in... Or artillery into battlecopter could be the correct answer here. Attack the recon, show no fear. I think the tank is more likely what someone's going to do. Let's see, artillery goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't get a nice boost from the lander. You go to here. This tank would go to here. Or here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it doesn't actually threaten this infantry. So I guess an artillery does make it in time to protect recon. You know what, let's do it. Let's do the artillery instead. And we'll see how that kind of play works out. So Redfire gets to start capturing these nice cities. Now can start moving this infantry. Ooh, this one turn of delay that this recon did actually matters quite a bit, because now this infantry doesn't make it to this city. I turned evil. Doesn't make it to this city before this capture finishes. So now this capture will finish just in time to prevent the city capture. So that's a nice little detail to keep in mind. And then down here, we go for the captures with no fear. And we walk forward. We walk forward over here. But what do we do with this lander? I think the tank just moves forward like this. And you move forward. Could go here to threaten the city cap. I don't think it's worth it. I think the artillery just shuts it down too well. So it's important to not move here. Well, I guess you could move here, and then you could just trap in the recon if it hits you. I'm thinking you either go here or here. Go for this city. One. I think I prefer this spot. It's not like the recon wants to dive in on you over here. think I'll go for this spot. Yeah, this tank is not protecting everything, so this is forced to be another tank. Otherwise, the recon starts getting some nice value over here. And we can build an infantry here, and now I guess we can move here to pick up the infantry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or if you want, you could be like, I'm done with these lander shenanigans and just move here and just try and pressure this lander out of the game. But I think you go for your own infantry pickup. Yeah, that's why I had to build another tank. The other, yeah. It's actually also another thing to keep in mind as to why you would want to have your lander like this is what if the recon, oh my gosh, it's just like the nightmare scenario is if you had your lander here, the recon hits you over here and their lander's here, right? So you like move your tank around, you may take a pot shot, load their recon into the lander on the next turn and drop it off back here. You really need to have your lander blocking this tile. Otherwise, my gosh, is that recon harassment going to be really scary. It will slow down this capture, and then it will harass your very vulnerable backwards captures. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that never covers. I guess it. I guess you could cover. You could go here with your tank instead. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't cover this tile, but it's fine because the recon can't quite reach that tile. I think I prefer having the tank back here. Anyway. It's fine. You are attacking their HQ. But that is also an option. Especially if you wanted to build an artillery instead. Okay. Let's capture the harbor. Move on out. No fear over here. Infantry just get to march forward, build a battlecopter, build another infantry. We have the artillery start moving down here because you need to save this guy. Go for that capture. Build another infantry here. Move forward. Probably to here. Maybe to here, actually. Still goes for this city with a little bit more presence. Never mind, the tank can hit you. Don't do that. Same with this guy. Let's not just get tagged by this tank. Definitely fall back a bit there. And then I think you need to pick up this infantry to help protect this artillery that's going to be protecting the comm tower. Then you can move not to there. I guess you can go there if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you want like that, then you could put your recon here. The artillery guards against the tank strike. You don't like putting the artillery on the light side at all. That's very fair. I was doing it because you need to answer the tanks over here, and I still wanted to get the battlecopter by. But I can definitely see why you wouldn't like it. There might be some possible artillery spots near the HQ. That 2-unit choke point. Talking about like over here. Yeah, I think you can well, my plan is to go back, capture the comm tower, and they can put the artillery behind that, And the recon, I guess you don't even need the recon because you can just land her to here, drop off infantry, and then you have a nice protective wall for the artillery. You could use mechs, that's true. Steel Galaxy can't in this case. Just because of how their money works out with getting this battlecopter. Okay. Red fires ahead in these backwards caps. Now gets their airport. Go for the comm tower. And then this infantry is really sad. It cannot get this capture now because it's too slow. Getting delayed by 1 turn. Now the copter is stopping this too. So what does this guy do? I think it just moves back to like here, so it's still threatening to hit over the mountain, even though it's a horrible play. I think Redfire just doesn't get this city, and Teal Galaxy does, just because of the recon harassment. But we'll see if Redfire can just take the city. Because that's the other part of it, right? You have to do more than just capture it. Turn advantage. I don't think this is a turn advantage thing. It might be. I think it's just what you're getting out of building the recon versus, because they're not doing the same build. This infantry would have made it in time, but the recon delayed it a turn. This guy doesn't go his full movement. I don't know if I could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you really want the tank as far forward as possible. I mean, we can... Yeah. Does it matter? Is it fine to have your tank back here? You're not hitting this city, but I don't think you need to hit this city. I think that's fine. Gives you another infantry strike, potentially. Although they're not standing on this city. I think the more forward infantry probably matters more. Map committee slowly putting old S-rank maps into rotation again so that top players can find ways to break them back into B rank. You can't hit this recon. You need to build an anti-air this turn. Otherwise, you're just going to get wrecked by this copter. You're actually going to get wrecked by the copter either way. So maybe an anti-air was needed last turn. And if an anti-air was needed last turn, this tank had to move here instead. And then this tank shouldn't exist. But that's not what Redfire did. So what does this tank do? Going here does not matter, I don't think. Where was I? Was I here? You obviously don't hit the recon. You can't go here. You can't go here, you can't go here. You're really limited in this movement. So do you just go here? Maybe you do go on this. And then you like drop off like this and you're threatening to capture it. But I think that only works if you had an anti-air. Yeah, this recon also shuts this down. I just don't know what to do with this tank. This is at least a threat. And you know what? No, the anti-air is fine. The anti-air makes it here in time to deal with the copter. What am I talking about? You can submit replays on the Discord. You send a zip file. I'll just play a few more turns of this. I'm not going to have myself beat myself while also having a rewind potential, and then I will do another replay. As fun as I'm sure it is to watch myself fight myself while being able to rewind turns and correct mistakes, that's not what the stream's about. This is just to give a little introduction to Go7's first impressions on Zero Sum. Okay. So we move out with the copter to here. 4, 5, 6. Do I want to be able to hit from here? I don't think it matters. It doesn't. So we'll go here to give nice reach down to here. This is an interesting question. Do I just move out full strength and invite the first strike? Okay, this anti-air makes it here faster than I thought it did. It's fine. Go7 plays a tourney game against himself. Yeah, the forces naturally just pile up on the HQ side. And this is already threatening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sammy and Sensei can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Haha, transport copter drops off almost directly on your HQ. Sammy unironically probably has a brutal T-copter rush. Anyway, so, well, do something like this. I guess the recon actually does something else with its life. It, like, moves over here. You can also move down here. It might be needed to save your own city. Adder could do it too, yeah. Later on. So you do need to save your city here. I guess this battlecopter sort of does it, but this anti-air actually does manage to get there in time. So you do need to build a tank. Then this guy can go back for that. A lot of forces walking at your HQ here. You just go here or just go here. 1, 2, 3. Usually you just want to have as many possible angles to hit the city as possible. I think that's fine. I don't think... Well, there we go. We get the comm tower. Now you can't attack in here, you just get blown out by an artillery. Maybe you could do a double tank swing. I don't think it'd be worth it though. But now you have the infantry like barreling down on this city. I'm wondering how on earth do you save that city? Because what you would love to do is have the artillery here, but there's a mountain there. The copter might be the answer. Because the anti like moves over here. Otherwise, they could potentially have fun shenanigans of killing off this infantry and taking your HQ. You played Mr. Greensuit in this map? Or maybe you're fine because you can bring this tank down with the copter. Because now that your tank's here, you do stop them from taking your city. Yeah, this is not worth attacking. What do you do with this infantry? You just walk to like here, stay out of range. Build a tank to try and save your top. Can't go for this capture. You can go down here with the tank though. Just join in this attack. That might be too scary. I think you might do the tank up here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is you can try and go here. Infantry and then recon in the woods. Just hope they don't get the roll. I really wish if stuff could like jump in here other than recons. But it does look like the recon strat does get this city. I just don't know if you can actually hold this city after you catch it. Two, three, four, five, six. Okay, this tank cannot go here. It'll get harassed to bits. So instead it just goes here. This does look very scary. All right, I'll call it there. The next thing I'd like to do though is I would like to check out the Sammy rushes real quick. To see how scary fast are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna have we're going to have them do different HQ rushes at each other. Seven, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not fast enough. Okay. Now this is the fog HQ rush. Gone evil mode. This would never be allowed in fog. Okay, gotta walk down here. Do. You finish the transport copter. The thing about the Sammy transport copter rush is that it's not so obvious, right? I should have gone for this capture. I don't know what this APC rush, it's like really fast, but it's super obvious. And that's a problem. This APC also doesn't land on the HQ. So you could like go here. If they did some other opening, if they didn't rush straight for their HQ, then they would just lose the game. But this is a direct enough approach. Oh. I've been moving these every turn, haven't I? I think so. I don't think you get there quite in time. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So I could have been here. Right now they're blocking each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, because the APC doesn't sit on the HQ. If it sat on the HQ, this would be a very difficult, different situation. But now Teal Galaxy goes, I think I'll just sit here. GG, mate. And, you know, we'll just run by each other. Fire's like, I go for my capture. I can block off your ease of access. Yeah. So I don't think the APC rush. I mean, if your opponent doesn't see it, like if they're just not paying attention to what you're doing, then you could definitely win that way. But it's not. If this was Fog of War, this is what you would do. You would, like, they wouldn't see it, and you would just win the game. The T-Copter rush, I think, probably has more viability because it's definitely got more of a shock value to it, since you just kind of do what like your average thing, and really what you would do is you would wait until these infantry aren't here, like they're off doing other captures, and you just build a transport copter, you drop off over here, and then you would block off their vehicles with your lander a bit. You'd like bring an infantry along, you'd be like, aha! And then you would just take their HQ on the next turn. But that's not something you can do quite with this HQ rush, assuming they go for the city. That would be more like you're playing the game normally, you build a transport copter, you rush the HQ at some point in which they have moved on to capture other things. But that's definitely something that Sammy has, or Adder. Yeah, Adder could do this too on a turn with the normal power. Yeah, this is super late stream. Okay, I'll do one more replay though. I hope that was a fun little look into Zero Sum in my first impressions there. It does look very HQ racy. And there might be some recon viability. Oops. Hey, penguin. What COs? Off the top of my head? I mean, probably max in tier 2. Tier 4. I mean, it's base light. I didn't really see that much. There was very little infantry fighting, at least in what I was doing. So Jess might actually have some actual play. I mean, Jake would always be good attributed. The biggest thing that I would like improved for the move planner is a way to turn on the weather, because oftentimes you're trying to plan snow turns, and it's nice to be able to just have that movement already modified for you. Baselight, Go7's favorite maps. Turn 3, I'd probably tier 3 is definitely Rachel for sure. Kindle would be fine. You can always do Andy. I don't think Lash looked super great on that map. Oh, maybe. Drake, possibly, if you got some nice lander shenanigans. I imagine Sammy's probably tier 3. That's already in your local build. Anything else? I mean, if you could somehow store power, like have like a power calculator on there, that would be very nice. If when I remove a nice thing would be if the removed units went away when I went backwards in time with like snapshots, or if each snapshot like stored its own removed units rather than having the list just grow and grow and grow and grow. Power charge tracking is not easy. I know. Let's see, anything else? If the unit's movement range actually got blocked by opposing units, that would be nice. Because sometimes you can just like click and be like, oh, I can go here, but no, you can't because there's actually a unit in the way. I'd like it so if I download a snapshot, or if there was a way to download like a file that had all the snapshots in it, because right now if I like have a whole thing set up of like 12 or 15 turns of move planning and I hit download, that only downloads that one turn, and I would like to have it like the whole thing. Yeah, snapshot bundle download would be really nice. That messed me up. That messed me up in my ongoing game against Tordred, where I sadly had to start the game with a half-baked opening. But then I was like, fine, it's fine enough, and then I'll hit download, and then the game starts, and I'm like, oh, I actually only got one turn. I just saw the end product, and I'm like, that is not useful. But that's okay. That's just Penguin not having enough time on his hands. That's all that is. But speaking of time, I do need to get on with also, if you could switch countries so I could always have the penguins. Yeah, I would have to download 15. I'd have to download each snapshot, which is way worse Here, I can show you guys real quickly what is Go7 talking about. So really quickly here. This map is huge. Okay, so what am I talking about? I'm talking about I want to like infantry. I'm just gonna make some opening. Doesn't matter. Sure. I'll just take a couple turns here on this amazing opening we're making right here. Why don't I have enough money? Oh, because I took player 2's turn first or something? Wait. Oh, here. So I can go back here. I'm on Orange Star's turn, that's why. So we can restore. This is the beginning of Blue Moon's turn. This is what I'm talking about. End the turn. Orange Star's turn now. That is what I'm talking about. I would like to have all of these saved when I hit download. So I can like see how my opening got there. And I imagine you just do that with like a zip file that has all of them in it or something. I don't know if that's just not a functionality of the website. Huge blunder. I'm not sure why this isn't. There we go. Let me cap the city. Oop. Okay, so let's say that's what I wanted. Yeah. Now I can go back to any of these turns. I can like restore. I can see that. I can go back to where I just was and being able to jump through all these turns and see how I progressed through it. Otherwise, I have to... Like, you can download state and you can upload state, but that only works for that turn and it doesn't save any of this information. And then the other thing I was talking about with the removed units, like these units got removed, and then let's restore. And now these units are still removed. So if you keep like looking over how you're doing a fight again and again and again, this removed units list just gets outrageously long. You have like a fight between two 50 unit armies and you want to look at like 4 different iterations. It's like going, it's gone. You take screenshots of each turn, yeah. And then the other thing would be I'd love a way to turn on the weather for sure. Other than, because you can do it this way. No, you can't. That doesn't even turn on the weather. That just hits everything for 2. I don't know if I can. Nope. Orange Star is apparently a player, huh? Yeah, I can't change the country. I can change the CO, which is very nice. You can toggle power and superpower, which is also very nice. I think those are the main things. Really being able to download that would be nice. I can look at my different games. I didn't even know that. Yeah, The changing the country is definitely more of a vanity thing for sure. Okay, let's cover the game. Lower on your priority, the penguins. Okay, so I do have a signature opening for this map, which is to go for the airport first over this neutral base. And the reason why I like doing that opening, it's not, I mean, I don't always do that opening, but the reason I like that opening is because this is kind of similar to why people like the base skip on Vadam Valhalla. And that's because this base has very few captures assigned to it. This base can handle like this capture, this base can technically handle these captures. Like this guy doesn't get any captures for a long time. You're not really punished by delaying this a single turn. This is a very fast recon. Nice day 3. So the reason I like going for the airport first is because it helps this base so much to have transport copters. It means this base gets these captures much faster, and it also means that you can try and take all of the islands. And it's a large map, so you can get away with it. It's you, hey Emerald Dream. Okay, so we have very fast recon. It's hitting the 2 base side, so it's a very bold fast recon. We also have a city skip. This is fast recon followed by city skip. Very nice. City skips like this don't cost you money in the long run. They only cost you money in the short term. Because like, you're capturing this city, in this case, 2 turns later. Normally it'd be 1 turn later, but it's fine. But you're capturing this one earlier, so that they offset each other in the long run. And the difference is that you get the same amount of money, but you get it later, so your vehicle timings get delayed, maybe. And instead you have further forward infantry to go for more captures, and can result in getting and like beating your opponent to contested captures and the like, which can be really nice. Like you'll have a turn, like essentially you'll be behind by like 1k for 2 turns, and then you'll be ahead by 1k for 2 turns, and it balances itself out, assuming you're not cannibalizing your other captures. Okay, so the recon's be moving out. This guy has potentially some targets. Did get spotted by the other recon. SCamera has built a tank, having spot the opposing recon. And we'll see what this guy does. It was a very fast recon. Usually you don't want to get spotted sitting on a comm tower, so you can get some juicy strikes. Falls back. So usually, if you're going to go for a really fast recon, it needs to be trying to get some economic damage in. Otherwise, it can just not be a fast recon. In this case, it might have been the case. It might be that Emerald Dream in the chat was just not expecting to see another recon, and was hoping that infantry would kind of blunder into range, which can sometimes happen. Okay, we have the first transport copter from both players, and you have a choice here with your transport copter. You can either go forward with it, or you can go back with it. If you're going back with the transport copter, you should move to either here or to here, so that you can boost an infantry. Like this guy could move, and then the transport copter could go here, and then you can give a boost to this infantry, build another infantry, and then you can go down here and drop it off the next turn. You just get some nice efficiency out of it. You can do the same thing over here. Or you can like put this infantry into this transport copter, come over here, drop it off on the mountain, and boost this guy, and then set this guy up to get picked up in here and pushed even further forward. We'll see what this guy does. Okay. So in this case, it's going to pick up one of these further back infantry. This is fine. This is going to accelerate these guys. I would prefer having this further forward and accelerating these and picking up some of these guys. And the reason why is because you're kind of in a race to make it to these islands before your opponent can stop you. If you're too slow, they can get a battlecopter, and a single battlecopter is going to stop anything happening down here. If you can get here first, capture these cities, then you're nice and annoying. You could possibly get your own battlecopter up as a support. So you're kind of in a race to get here fast, which is why I would be pushing to go forward first. It's true, you have a game against me. Oh my gosh, did you like... I was so strapped for time. Did you like how on one turn I have myself set up to take the backwards capture, but at the same time I like gave myself a triple boost from a transport copter or something, and I just like couldn't resist it on the next turn, and I moved away. I boosted myself away from the backwards capture, and then the following turn I'm like, oh wait, I need to get that city, and then I walked back towards it. I'm like, well, that was silly. Yeah, I've been a busy penguin. Wait. Okay. Double artillery. I mean, artillery are very nice on this map. You can see all these really good forests to cover these properties. So I do like the artillery buys. Ooh. Ho ho ho. I like it. Very nice. Kill off the recon and you have an infantry ready to go for the capture following that. So very nice defense right there. Does go... Okay, so yeah. So this was going for this backward capture instead. And the only thing I would change there is to like go here and get that boost. Does it matter? Like, is that a game losing situation to not get that boost? No. The boost probably doesn't matter. But it is still nice. Like, this infantry wouldn't be here. It would be here or here. They could get there just like that. Like, sometimes those single tiles matter. The distance is really far, so it probably doesn't. But it's still something to keep in mind, to look for the efficiencies. You got a boost on the airport? Oh, I see you boosted here. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine then. You still got a boost. All tiles matter. I'd probably prefer boosting here or here because it gets you faster to these fronts in comparison to getting to there, but it still gets you here. It still gets you here faster. It's fine. Okay. Both people going for these backwards captures really early. Yeah, I would definitely prioritize going for these ones over this back. You can get this backwards one kind of like whenever. Your opponent's never stopping this. Your opponent's definitely stopping these ones, so prioritize those. I assume, does this guy just chill out, maybe boost something and then... Ooh, oh, okay, we're going mechs. We're just leaving this guy behind, that's fine. We're bringing some mechs out to the front lines, looking good. With the battlecopter. Yeah, I would say Jess is probably a solid tier 4 pick for this map. Like, there are a lot of infantry fights, but it's also very far distances, yeah. And you have a lot of vehicles. So, SCamera gets a nice first strike. I think I missed... an infantry getting killed off here. Is that what happened? Yeah, okay. Killed off an infantry. SCamera has the tank ready to punish, and then also the infantry strike to punish. So that was pretty good. It's not... This is definitely not the end of the world for John / Emerald Dream. Like, you got hit, but this is Fog of War. You can just run back and heal up on your city. And you do deny this city for multiple turns, and you kill off an infantry. So it's not like it's a bad trade. For SCamera, I really wouldn't want to attack with this injured recon, because that's going to be really easy to kill off. Attacking with the full health ones, for one, you get to kill off this infantry, which is nice. But they also have the potentiality to actually survive the tank strike. Where in this case, John is probably just going to kill off this recon. With the tank from the city? No. Tank from the plains. Does this cover? Okay. That's a little bit risky. I think I would prefer to hit from the city. Only because I see this tank already. And it's pretty likely that this tank has a buddy. In this case, this tank doesn't have a buddy. So it's, you know, it's okay. You kind of are going to engage in like this first strike war. But if this tank had a buddy, you would be so sad. Ooh, overloading the tank though. That's a pretty nice attack down there. It does give the tank like just like a trade of recon situation here. Which kind of coming out even, but except like super negative for SCamera infantry wise. And I like the fallback over here. Very good, nice and restrained. It also invites this tank to overextend itself, which I don't think it will do. That's a very nice situation with this artillery. Even guarding the healing tank. So yeah, they do indeed kill off the recon, and we just have a trade of recons. We have the double anti-air buy. I like it. The anti-air is going to take a while to get there, and this map has its most forward production is an airport, and the airport is in the middle, so it can hit both fronts. And they get there very quickly. Whoa, we diving on in there with this tank first strike for the tank in the woods. And then a strike over here. Serious harassment from John. How is that possible? How are you not able to... Oh, I see. So I'm not a huge fan of this move. What's happening here is that John is saying, I am going to use the adder power next turn. This setup right here, it's guaranteed. If you don't use the adder power, you just messed yourself up. Because now the mech can't get in the transport copter. I don't like this. This is all for the efficiency of one more movement, but it forces you to use the normal power, or else you punish yourself. I don't think he can get the 2-shot on this tank, can he? No. Not with it. Well, if he uses the normal power, he can. He could go infantry, interrupt the capture. Actually, okay, so you could go infantry, and then this infantry, and then tank comes in. I guess if you use the normal power right here, then you can go strike from here, strike from here. You'd have to use Adder's power, but you could do it. So this I don't like. I understand it. It's something that I too go for. And every time I go for this, I always kick myself because I look at like it. I get, yeah. It's one thing if I go for it and it's because like the transport copter was moving its full movement and just barely didn't make it. If I purposely slow down my movement, I end up kicking myself because I'm forcing myself to use an adder normal power. Or if I don't use the adder normal power because it's like not a great power, then I actively hurt myself. Now we'll see. Now the adder power here looks semi-decent if you were in standard. If you're in fog, I don't know how good this looks. Getting the kill up here is nice. What I would do here, I wouldn't use the power. I would go up here, kill this infantry, and take this city. Okay, we dive in. This seems very risky to me because there's an artillery that's known, but the artillery isn't actually defending that tank for some reason. Okay. Yeah, the adder power is kind of forced for John here because otherwise this is very sad. That makes me even more sad because it was just for a boost. But it does save this infantry, which I like. I do like coming back for this infantry. No reason to hurt your unit count. Okay, we're gonna jump in over here. We're doing an attack on all sides. Can't quite bust through. But that's a lot of infantry first strikes. I think John's probably going to end up regretting this attack. But because of all the infantry first strikes, it's not like it can be very easy for SCamera to start capturing everything. Recon comes down, gets some nice vision. The copter comes in, hits this tank. We're going to see this copter go down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this anti-air is covering this, which is very good. Tank goes down. Copter goes down. This mech is in a pretty nice spot. Bridger gets taken out. Bring this mech down into the party, and another copter, and I assume a tank. Okay, looking pretty decent for kind of both players here. The saving grace, I would say, for the attack that John went for is actually this mech, which is going to be able to punish this anti-air. If that wasn't there, I would say this looks looking like really scary. But the mech is just like perfectly placed. And then here, yeah, this is gonna hurt. All of these infantry are gonna get like punished while the artillery is not covering that one. So for SCamera, I would work on making sure that your tanks are covered by your artillery. That happened down here as well. Although the artillery still got a shot on that tank. Okay. Anti-air kills the copter. Get the hit on the tank. Notice it's a tank that's not covered by the artillery. Very nice. We have a side slip. Breaking through. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Doesn't make it. Oh, never mind. Does make it to the. Whoa, hits the tank over the artillery. Okay. Now, that's pretty tricky. With this artillery has this infantry as a target. Okay, that makes sense. Whoa. I don't like going after this tank. Yeah. These attacks need to be... Like, this needs to go heal, probably. And this needs to hit this anti-air. Killing off the tank, I mean, that's nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know why this copter just moved within power range of this anti-air. It's being protected by the fog, so it might be fine. Oh my gosh. Definitely don't do this attack first. You're gonna want to like attack with your, usually you want to move in and attack with your recon and stuff before you do other things. Because that just missed out on a copter kill. Whoa. I'm not sure why this copter just attacked into right next to this anti-air. It seems like it would have been a better job for the recon. This poor anti-air gets completely stranded. Huh? A nice encirclement. Yeah, I don't know what was happening on with this copter strike. That could have been a lot better. These things happen, though. Okay. Artillery, nice in a nice position, safely on the city, guarding against people that attack on this forest. Down goes this anti-air. Maybe does it survive? It doesn't. The infantry managed to finish it off. Okay. On this map, these central cities often be very vulnerable. As you can see, the fights tend to happen down here. So many times, you can just send a single infantry up, and you'll just take these cities. You won't even have to fight. You have a mech in place for SCamera. Oof, this city goes down. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure what those artillery are doing. Usually, I would prefer to have at least one like in this forest and another one guarding it. But that way, if you're in this forest, you can protect your other captures. Both players are getting the islands here. Is looking good. Looks like there's a big old bloodbath over here, but I don't know if John actually got a city out of it. Maybe this one? Yeah, you can just take this. You can also send a guy up and just take this. Very common on this map. The armies really like to be in these areas. You can't do the same thing to the HQ because it's within a single move of the airport. And pretty much always there's a copter built on this map. Ooh. Oh. That must have been like low rolls to not get that. It was a 6 health tank. I thought that it was a very healthy 6 health tank. Hit the artillery, it'll heal up to 6. Probably better to hit the tank. Because I think at 6 plus 2 health tank probably kills 5 health tank. A nice bomber moving out here. The bomber's goal would be to kill the anti-air and then rule the day. And the triple tank turn, everyone's favorite. And making sure to get these backwards captures. That's a very weird choice. So it's a weird choice because this artillery has a best target, and that's that tank. So don't have your artillery that can shoot a full tank. Go after the 5 health tank. Have it. Oh, I see the medium tank. I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, the medium tank can go after other things too. It wanted to be the one to one-shot the tank. Okay. That's not so bad then. I still wouldn't have the full health tank kill off the 5 health. The full health artillery go after the 5 health tank. But the medium tank definitely helps a lot over here. We should have a medium tank per side. John is up by 4k right now. It does have a side slip after killing off this copter. We attacking. I don't like this attack. I think you know there's an anti-air. I could be wrong. Well, the tank barely survived. Now you know there's an anti-air. I mean, that was a pretty strong attack. I can't deny that. Attack continues over here. We break through and hit the artillery. Oh my gosh, it's the tank that just won't die. It just won't. Wow. That's an impressive tank right there. So what if he has a medium tank? Skill issue. Oh, you're right. If SCamera gets the super, then this copter could actually hit this copter. Doesn't look like we're going to see that though. And I assume this anti-air is going to come in and hit the bomber. Whee! Shoot the infantry, huh? So the mech can come in and shoot the anti-air. I think this would have killed the anti-air. I could be wrong. Medium tank comes in, gets a nice hit. So far, the medium tanks have been working out pretty nice for SCamera. Down goes this anti-air. Don't attack the copter. Please kill off, like, hit this infantry instead. Or you could retreat to, like, this city. Okay, so this is looking like a pretty good comeback turn for SCamera. Still down 4k, but very valuable strikes. If John decides to keep up this pressure, I think a lot of these units will die. But over here, things are looking pretty good for SCamera. Okay, we do have to break through to the artillery. Hit the recon. Yeah. That's why I was surprised before when the anti-air died. Anti-air are very resistant to infantry strikes. They will make you cry every time. Okay. Mech comes through. Gets a hit. So this is looking kind of... I mean, John's going to overwhelm just on unit count. The medium tank probably won't have an answer pretty soon, assuming there's like a breakthrough to kill this artillery. But there's just so many tanks to kill off everything but the medium tank that he'll be fine. We have a Neo tank being sent up here. That's going to be pretty scary. SCamera shoots the mech. We have a side slip. Medium tank doesn't kill. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Strike copter. I'm not sure why this is being used to kill the mech. You use both these guys to kill off the 7 health infantry to strike the copter with the copter. Oh, you can let the bomber live. Oh, I see. I mean, a 2 health bomber can still do 2 health bomber stuff. So this is a little risky on SCamera's part. John's up 3k. It has taken a lot of hits in unit value. Oof. Anti-air dies. Now there's no way to kill the bomber. It's gonna go pester this medium tank, yeah. We go kill off the artillery. Kill off this tank. I guess these copters aren't currently answerable by John, although as soon as this anti-air heals up a tiny bit, they will be. But this is still a pretty nasty brawl that's going to be ongoing, with a lot of units that have no counters. Here comes some more anti-airs. SCamera going for this city. There we go. Move. We got go into the forest. Go into the forest with the artillery. And you can put the infantry there, and it's like really annoying to try and break that. So I don't like this move purely because now this tank can't get involved, but that's okay. Oh, it's going after the recon. That's fine. Okay. Nice hit there. Nice hit there. Medium tank does need to be a little bit careful. It doesn't get trapped, surrounded, and taken out by this artillery. So very brutal. Very brutal. No counters fight. Okay. Neo tank just needs a power, and then it gets to say hello. But it does get to say hello into artillery range, but then there's the tank follow-up. Okay. Power gotten by attacking the medium tank. Just smack. Very nice. Bomber doing its bomber thing. Start capturing this comm tower. Looks nice. Kill off the medium tank. Hit the artillery. This is looking very nice. Neo tanks are very, very scary, as we just saw. And we have the fighter build. Ooh, I like that a lot. It's going to get over here. It's a very big map, and it's going to get here very fast. And it's pretty clear that your opponent is just building a copter every turn, as I would probably recommend for this map. Wow. Copter start getting some nice value. Does save this comm tower. Kills off this tank. Heal up the medium tank. The medium tank has definitely done its job. Here, I wouldn't shoot the Neo tank. Because if you look at this, you knock it down to 7, it's going to heal up to 9. You can hit it again to knock it down to 5, it'll heal up to 7. Still be a scary threat. Instead, you could with these moves instead, you can artillery strike the 9 health tank. You can go copter and tank to kill off this other tank. You might even go like these 2 strikes to kill this tank off. And then like recon infantry kill off this infantry. Infantry can hit here. You can recon infantry down here. If you don't have the firepower to kill a Neo tank on a city, so what you do is you kill off everything around it. It loves sucking up, like taking up all this damage, and now all of its like support units are still nice and healthy to kill off your other units. It's just something to keep in mind when you get stuck in those situations. If the Neo tank was not on a city, I would totally agree with these actions. The Neo tank on the city changes everything. See? 7 health Neo tank, still gets the artillery killed. It's really scary. Fighter comes up and shut down this entire front that's almost going to be just copters defending it at this point. Don't like this infantry moving forward for the comm tower capture though. The bomber got trapped. Rip. Rest in peace, bomber. Or Neo tank, you got pestered. Okay. These copters are definitely overextending their stay here. Down one goes. Neo tank retreats. Fighter comes up. Kills off the copter. Repairing Neo tanks is very nice. It's kind of like repairing anti-airs. They get a lot of damage out of their HP. This is going to be the last game. Okay. Recon tank comes up. Gets this strike. I would be a little nervous, but the recon does reveal that there's no artillery guarding this, so it's probably fine. Yeah, you gotta answer with an anti-air. Probably double anti-air fighters are a real pain. At this point, I would have a turn where I just go triple recon. I see that there's been like a chain of recons out here. But vision is definitely becoming an issue. I would also not have... I wouldn't have the fighter just hide out over here. I'd try and have it in a nice central position so it can like easily front switch to either side. I'm not too worried about an anti-air just kind of randomly being in the middle. Ooh, we have a rocket. If it can make it to this this front, then I mean it'll definitely shut it down pretty nicely. John's been hit by 4K income for so long. Just some of the attacks were a little too gung-ho. Okay. So that's a pretty nice breakthrough. You can see right here what happened is John's drilling a hole with one hit KO, and then come in and hit this anti-air. The problem with this is that there's no copter. So killing killing off this anti-air doesn't matter. And that leaves you a little exposed without having the counter unit follow up for what you were drilling the hole to kill. I do like going for these city captures after this attack. This looks nice. I think you'll get blown out on the bottom, but we'll just kind of win at the top at this point. I could be wrong. We'll see. Down goes the medium tank. I would do this differently. Artillery, I would use to kill off an anti-air or to like seriously injure an anti-air. And I hit the other anti-air with a tank, and then I can use medium tank and copters to kill this medium tank. The difference is copters can't kill off these anti-airs, and the anti-airs can kill off the copters. So now that this anti-air or this artillery can't shoot one of these anti-airs, one of them's going to be full health to just like ruin your day. And either way, the medium tank dies. I'm pretty sure. There gets another kill. Nice. Cool. New tank going for it. Down goes copter. City capture's going through. John's up by 6k now.
Access granted.
Team tank on its way to this front. The rocket's still making its way. The city, this harbor, probably going to get captured. Pretty soon, John will just have so much money that SCamera won't be able to keep up, and yeah, they resigned there. They were about to be down by 9. No. They were about to be down by 8k, which is a lot in fog for sure. Off to bed, yep. I'll leave you guys with an apple. I hope you enjoyed. We got to see how do. It's a nice late stream. Hope everyone enjoyed. Got to see some tournament matches. Got to see my first impressions of the newly rotated and standard map. And some nice viewer games. So I hope everyone had a good time. I do have a Patreon if you would like to join and support me. I have to shout it out, otherwise I get yelled at. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. Your apple, no one else is claiming it. Yeah, you traded a little bit negative. I think some of those engagements were a little too gung-ho, but you definitely did a good job of making sure you secured that income advantage. And yeah, the unit count too. You did a good job there. You didn't overcommit too much. You did make sure to like fall back, which was really good. The only thing is that I think you probably should have gone a little more for like this very exposed city over here, and maybe using battle copters to try and take these island cities once you get ahead in that unit count. Nice comfy late night stream.